Welcome, everyone, to The Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name is Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. I see Tim and Hot Tamales and Brenda, and who else? A couple others in here. Welcome, everybody. Today, what we're going to go over is some of the new developments from Brian Netton, Ashley Banfield, a little bit of Maureen, maybe some entertainment tonight where Nancy Grace was talking about a couple things. And here's the other thing that's interesting. A lot of people talking about how the sheriff was talking to Brian Netton. They were getting mad for Brian Netton for how the sheriff was talking to him. So we're going to see some of that too. But I can see why Sheriff Nanos was pointing his finger at him. That's, who's going to like that, right? But how is everyone this evening? I've had a bit of a stressful day myself. Let's see here. There we go. We will jump right into this here. Baked Cat, welcome. How are you? Christy, welcome. Heather, welcome. Where's my Brian Netton? You know what? We need a Brian Netton emoji. We need a Brian and Maureen emoji too, for that matter. Life could be no better without those things. Well, we just started this 90 seconds ago. People slowly roll in. $1.43 so far. But I'll press play here to see where we're at. So the first one, FBI in touch with Mexican officials, which, you know what? That makes sense to me because it's got to be very difficult to hide her in America, even assuming she's still alive, right? D, welcome. Elaine, thank you for your live. The rest of the folk covering this case right now are the bottom feeder grifters. Oh boy. You know, I'm not surprised. But I'm glad you're here. We have an awesome flock of black sheep here. Please remember to like the video on your way in. Jared, I'll be on the quieter side today or tomorrow, Buffalo Bill. Either way, we're glad you're here. Thanks for checking in with us. You know, I just wanted to make sure that I got under living skin today and did the opposite of early. I knew she'd like it so much.
Hey guys, so some new reporting here. I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house, but we have confirmed that the FBI has been in touch with Mexican authorities in connection with the Nancy Guthrie case. So that is new. Libby Dean, who is my friend and a reporter with News Nation in DC, has confirmed through her federal source that the FBI has now been in touch with Mexican officials about the Nancy Guthrie case. I have been told all along by law enforcement sources here that this situation shows no signs of cartel involvement, that they're much more organized, that they wouldn't kidnap a 84-year-old woman, that they would have pulled the cameras, that, based on the video, it does not look at all like it's the cartel. But that doesn't mean that there's not someone who just took her to Mexico. I mean, it's very close to the border here where we are at Nancy's house, like an hour to an hour and a half away. So that's an interesting new development that we've now confirmed, because the sheriff has said they don't believe she's in Mexico, and they may not have any evidence she's in Mexico, but they are now talking to.
The more I hear Sheriff Nanos talk, the less I think you can believe what he says. I think he's all over the place. And like Jennifer Koffendorfer said, we could be in the dark with 90% of the information. And most people in the chat here know, but Brian Netton's pretty good. That's why we watch Brian Netton. I think Maureen O'Connell and Brian Netton are the A team of reporting. So
to Mexican authorities. Hey guys, so some new reporting here. I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house, but we have confirmed.
Now, why would you think it's appropriate to advertise someone else's live stream in my chat? Did you not learn manners somewhere in your life? Or you think that's like a cool thing to do? Seriously, like who does that?
That the FBI has been in touch with Mexican authorities in connection with the Nancy Guthrie case. So that is new. Libby Dean, who is my friend and a reporter with News Nation in DC, has confirmed through her federal source that the FBI has now been in touch with Mexican officials about. Hey guys, all right. So something new that I've confirmed.
And another note: if you say Brian Itten sucks, and then you promote another person's channel in my chat, you will be banned.
Have been polygraph tests that have been used in the Nancy Guthrie case to clear people in the case. I just confirmed that polygraph tests, of course, are lie detector tests. They are not admissible in a court of law, so they don't stand up in court. But I know from other stories that I've covered and cases that I've covered, they're used pretty frequently by law enforcement behind the scenes. They're used by the FBI, and they can, if they want to clear someone, they can have them take a polygraph test and sort of, clear them that way. If they think that they had nothing to do with it, but they just want to make sure, they can have them take a polygraph test. And I am.
Hot Tamales, thank you for getting the party started here. Let's kicking things off. Thank you so much for the super chat. Super chats are a great way to get questions answered, and memberships are a great way to support the channel. Also, likes are free as well.
Told that polygraph tests have been used in the Nancy Guthrie investigation and continue to be used. So that's the latest from I'm outside Nancy's house.
Also note, polygraph tests are not admissible in court. So at best, it can give them an idea. Okay, this person looks like they might be telling the truth. This person looks like they might not. But whatever you discover, it's not even admissible.
And I'm trying to think if there's been any other updates. I told you guys about the Mexico situation. FBI is now talking to investigators in Mexico. So I'll let you guys know if anything else develops. All right, see ya. Hey guys, all right, so something.
I can see if I can try to do that, B. We'll see if I can pull that off.
Hey guys, something I wanted to point out. My report earlier, you guys saw where I reported. Sorry, it's really dark out here, by the way. I reported that that law enforcement is using polygraphs to clear people from the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And my buddy Matt Finn, who is a very good reporter for Fox, I was just looking at his Twitter. He apparently spoke with the sheriff this evening, and the sheriff said, "Oh, the polygraphs that people are seeing at the sheriff's office, they're actually for new hires." And I just wanted to clarify, when I am talking about them using polygraphs to clear people, I'm not talking about polygraphs today. I don't know anything about polygraphs happening today. The polygraphs that I can report on, that I've confirmed through sources, were not done today. In fact, I don't think they.
And Maureen makes a good point in here. Like, I don't mind people mentioning someone as a video to go over. Hey, Jared, can you go over this? Okay, that's different. But to straight up just promote someone else's channel, like, oh, stop watching Jared and go watch this guy. It's like, who do you think you are?
Were even done. Sorry, my shadow from my phone. I don't even think they were done in the last couple of days, but I know that they were done. So I'm not talking about polygraphs done today at the sheriff's office. The sheriff is saying the polygraphs done today, apparently he says, were for new hires, which, when you become a cop, you usually have to take a polygraph. So I just wanted to clarify that, because some of you guys are like, oh, what you reported, now the sheriff is saying is wrong. I think it's like two separate things. At least what I'm reporting is not polygraphs today. All right, see ya. Hey guys,
so that's all that Brian Itten has that's new so far. He did 3 shorts. He'll probably end up uploading something while I'm live here. And then right after I ended last night, our buddy Ashley Banfield came up with something. Some of you have probably already seen this.
And the evidence to the. Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield.
Now, one thing that confused me about this video from Ashley is she contradicted something Brian Itten said. Now, I watched what Brian Itten said again. He said that the DNA inside the home also went to the CODIS database. Ashley was saying, no, it didn't. So I'm not sure what to make of that. But either way, the genealogy tests, that's really what they're all looking for now. Oh, yes, Jolly has? Okay. Maybe we could do him first then before we do Ashley Banfield. Yep. Jolly's correct.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. This is now Wednesday, the latest on the Nancy Guthrie investigation. New information about polygraphs and also the FBI talking to officials in Mexico. I'm going to get into all of that.
So basically, Ashley, in that video, she just reiterated the kinds of things that we went over yesterday. Sheriff Nano's talking to Brian, the DNA CODIS thing, not coming back with a match. She thinks the inside the house didn't come back with a match either. But either way, it's the genealogy, right? That's what they're waiting for with that now. And she stands up for Brian. She didn't like how the sheriff was talking to Brian.
In this episode, I also wanted to show you guys all these flowers out front, outside Nancy's house. There's been a ton more showing up, mostly, gosh, there's so many, mostly yellow, you can see here. So just sad to see a lot more of the neighbors have been coming out. So I'm going to get into all the latest developments that happened today in this episode of Brian Entin Investigates. All right, hey guys, so I'm here outside Nancy Guthrie's house. I wanted to give you guys the latest developments. First of all, I was able to confirm that they are using polygraphs when it comes to clearing people in the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and that it's been going on for a while. I'd actually heard about it for a while, but I was able to finally report it today just based on the sources that I was talking to. And this is pretty common in other cases that I've covered. You know, polygraphs, essentially lie detector tests, are not admissible in court. But
so it did, though. I think the DNA inside the house did go to CODIS. It just didn't get a match. So what they're waiting for now is the genealogy test. At least that's what Brian Entin said in his short. Ashley Banfield said something different.
The law enforcement, the FBI, will use them behind the scenes during the investigation just to clear people. And so that is happening in this case, and I'm told they have used polygraphs to clear people in the Nancy Guthrie case. So that's new. The other thing is this Mexico element. The FBI is now confirming that they are having conversations and in touch with authorities in Mexico when it comes to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Remember, Mexico is not far from Nancy's house where I am right now. It's like 50, 60 miles. It's like an hour to an hour and a half away. And it's very easy to get into Mexico. All the checkpoints really are when you're leaving Mexico for the most part. So it makes sense why they would be in touch with officials in Mexico. The sheriff has said that they have no evidence that Nancy was taken to Mexico, but at the same time, they don't seem to have any evidence that she wasn't taken to Mexico. And I'm going to get into that more with my guest in a second. I've actually got someone on today who is a former FBI agent in Tucson and worked with the Mexicans and can really tell us. He actually seems to think it's very possible that Nancy was taken south and maybe across the border, and he's going to explain why and how that would change the investigation. So that's coming up in a second. So I also wanted to reach you this is the latest official update that the sheriff's office just sent out a little while ago. So in terms of DNA, they say investigators are currently analyzing biological evidence found at Nancy Guthrie's residence. DNA profiles are currently under lab analysis. The number of profiles and other related details remain part of the active investigation. No further information will be released at this time. We know that they are now doing the investigative genetic genealogy, which I've told you guys about, which is a big deal, but it takes time. That's what cracked the Brian Kohberger case. Tips, of course, they're still asking for tips. There was an anonymous donation today of $100,000. So the donation has gone up. This is in addition to the $100,000 reward from the FBI. So of course, if anyone knows anything, the reward is now up to $200,000. They're saying that the sheriff's office has received various requests for confirmation of various topics, including working with Mexican authorities, utilizing polygraph tests, specific video surveillance requests, financial analysis, and they're saying they're not confirming or releasing any details regarding those topics. So they're not going to comment on some of the stuff that I've confirmed.
Question, does his audio seem a little distorted to you? It seems like it is from my end. Can you guys hear that too?
Essentially, they're saying that we do not share any information about SWAT activity. There was a call this afternoon that was not related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And a few of you have been messaging me about that on Instagram. Some of you guys listen to the scanners and are like, oh, I heard about a SWAT call. That SWAT call wasn't related to Nancy Guthrie. Trust me, if something is related to Nancy Guthrie and I find out about it, you guys know I'm going to be all over it. And I've got really good sources now. But the SWAT call today was not related to Nancy Guthrie, and there were no official briefings today. You guys remember the sheriff did a ton of interviews yesterday with a lot of media, including me. Everybody got 10 minutes, but today there's been no official briefings from the sheriff's office. I'm joined now by Jeff Cortese. He is a former FBI agent.
Jeff Cortese, I guess this is Ash Wednesday, right?
A retired special agent. He worked assignments in New Orleans and also in Tucson, which is obviously where I am. He was a SWAT operator, member of the Public Corruption and Southwest Border Violence Squad. So you're the perfect guy for us to talk to right now, because we confirmed that the FBI is now communicating with Mexican authorities regarding the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And that's the most we were able to get from our FBI sources. What do you make of that? And what do you think that means?
Well, I'm not the least bit surprised, to be honest with you. The proximity of Tucson to Mexico certainly lends itself as an escape route, if you will. If I'm being candid, if it were me and I was planning an abduction in Tucson, I would either stay in Tucson or I would go south. The further away from the border that you move, moving away from the border, you're going to face more scrutiny than going towards the border. In all likelihood, based on the timeline as we understand it, it would be, they'd be far into Mexico if that was their desired route before anyone even knew she was gone. It's a 60 miles, 65 mile hour.
I mean, hey, if you abduct someone, I think I'd rather go to Mexico than be stuck in America. I think there's a higher probability of being caught in America than Mexico. That'd just be my thinking. But what do you think?
4.5 hour change, depending on traffic, et cetera. But easy route out. Relative to the other options going north, south, east, or west, or north, east, or west, you're going to potentially expose yourself to more checkpoints, which is more scrutiny.
And is the Nogales crossing, isn't it? Is that the one that's closest?
Yes.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years, but I was doing a story down there and I went in and I remember I walked in and going into Mexico was very easy. I remember when I came back out, there was CBP and there was a metal detector and, you had to show your ID and that kind of thing. But I think I remember just walking right in when you went into Mexico.
Yeah, getting into Mexico is going to be, for the most part, much easier than coming into the United States. There are at times random checkpoints that are set up for people who are departing the United States into Mexico, but by and large, it's going to be a much easier transition from the US to Mexico than vice versa.
So would it be relatively easy for someone to get Nancy in? I mean, keeping in mind that she's 84, she's not going to be able to walk in. Like, she doesn't have that kind of mobility. If you had her in the car, how difficult would that be?
I wouldn't expect that to be very difficult to drive in there at all.
Really? I thought it would have been a little more difficult, just the fact that it's crossing the border into another country. But he's saying no, wouldn't have been very difficult at all.
Obviously, when you're dealing with somebody who's a little bit more advanced in age, there are other physical issues that captors would have to consider. But none of that should preclude them from being able to seamlessly get into Mexico, in my opinion.
And once across the border, I mean, I guess you could take her anywhere. I mean, I guess that's
at that point, it depends on. Yeah, it depends on what their intentions are. It depends on what contacts they have. It depends on if they're from Mexico, if they're working with people in Mexico, or if it's just if they're working in isolation. So there are a lot of factors, but they have access to the country and the ability to move around. So I'm not the least bit surprised that we've made contact. I'm sure that we're working with our Legat office down there in Mexico.
And considering it's so easy to cross into Mexico, by far, that's what I would be doing. By far, you have someone like that, yes, you're going to Mexico, absolutely.
Tapping our sources, anything we can do to identify possible route of travel.
What is our relationship like with Mexico when the FBI says that they're communicating with Mexico now? Like, what does that mean on the back end?
I'm not going to say that it's without challenges, because there are challenges, but we do have a very good working relationship with Mexico. Obviously, politics can play a factor in the when it gets to the media and whatnot. But when it comes to law enforcement, nothing is quite as easy as working with our own people within the United States. Obviously, you're dealing with international elements. You're dealing with law enforcement in Mexico. That we do have a good working relationship with them. It's not going to be perfect, but we've done great things down there. I think the Brian Terry investigation is a good example of that. I was in Tucson at the time, followed only about a month later by the Gabby Giffords mass shooting with Jared Lochner. But our FBI investigators, it took some time, but they were able to track down the shooter into Mexico and bring him back here for justice. So nobody's out of reach, but it does involve a little bit more diplomacy, I think, amongst our interested parties.
And my mind might just be kind of scrambled right now because I've been working so much around the clock. But when you said the Brian Terry, remind me what that was again. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Forget the exact year. It was in December. I think it was 11 or 12, 11, 10. It was a CBP BORTAC officer who was working with a team in the desert south of Tucson. They were, as I understand it, they were looking for RIP crews that were stealing dope off of those who were importing it into the United States. But they were very violent. And the BORTAC unit that Brian Terry was part of encountered one of these teams. A shootout ensued, and he was unfortunately, his life was unfortunately taken.
And the FBI was able to track down the shooter?
Well, it was a massive effort immediately following. There were SWAT teams from all over the region that were involved in scouring the desert, looking for any indication where these individuals might have gone. And our investigators over the following months were able to, through various investigative resources, identify the shooter and have them returned to the United States.
So, I mean, you obviously know Tucson because you worked in the FBI here. When you
Yes.
said that if you were the abductor, you think that they would either go south to Mexico or stay in Tucson. Why do you say stay in Tucson?
Well, I think if you're
This is a good question by Brian. I'd be curious the same thing. Why would you stay in Tucson? Just to not arouse any suspicion?
transporting somebody, it's just personal opinion. I wouldn't want to deal with the potential of the different checkpoints that surround Tucson. There are a lot of checkpoints and in and around Tucson, and so if I'm not going south, I'm probably going to try my luck to stay put. That's obviously I'm not suggesting that is de facto what happened. I'm just opining on how I might consider the approach. But again, it also depends on the motivation of the individuals who are involved. And at this point, I think it's a little bit difficult to say for sure.
Yeah, and when you say that, the reason it piqued my interest is because the two SWAT operations that we've seen happen were pretty close to Tucson, potential people of interest, which doesn't seem like they're panned out at this point. But the one was in Rio Rico, which is like an hour away. And then the other one was
down.
Yeah, the other one was just 2 miles from Nancy's house, which when I interviewed the sheriff yesterday, I asked him, does that indicate that you believe the suspect is still close? And he didn't really give a clear answer, but he didn't say no. So I don't know. The sense does seem to be that this person could be close by.
I mean,
And so if the person's close by, then where's Nancy? Where's Nancy? In the desert somewhere? And we know so little still about even what prompted that SWAT search the other day. We really don't know. We know we have a couple rumors about who it was, but we really don't know any of the reasoning.
possibility, I think, in terms of probabilities, those are my two high probability responses. At the end of the day, human behavior being what it is, you have to leave open the possibility that, people are going to do things that are outside of what would be normal behavior. Maybe they'd be willing to take a chance. Maybe they had a route, through rougher terrain that allowed for avoiding checkpoints. I think they have to take the approach of anything is possible at this point. They got to look at the most probative evidence, and they have to follow that to its natural end.
So many people are saying this guy seems like an amateur based on the video, the way the gun, like it's like the wrong gun for the different holster. And, he tries to cover the camera with like grass at first before pulling it. But I was thinking on my drive this morning to Nancy's house, I mean, all the experts are saying that, but he's so far kind of outsmarted the cops from what we know. I mean, they're saying he's an amateur, but at the same time,
What do you guys think? Do you think that guy's an amateur at the door? I certainly don't think he was a cartel person. His body language just didn't seem fluent enough. But do you think he's an amateur or do you think he's a professional? Press 1 if you think he's an amateur. Press 2 if you think he's some sort of hired professional.
Kind of pulling it off at this point.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. And I don't know how much. I think Joe Citizen is just a little bit more savvy about criminal behavior than he or she used to be, if for no other reason than the number of documentaries and true crime shows. I mean, people are smarter than they used to be about how to evade detection because of some of just open source information that exists. I think those are reasonable questions about, the location of his holster. Is that how a professional would wear a gun or use a gun? Does that mean, okay, so maybe he's not a regular gun toter, but maybe he is a regular in terms of breaking into locations, right? So he just might be an amateur when it comes to using a weapon. I don't know the answers to those questions, but I do think that there's a lot of information out there. The true crime movies, and even to the extent where I think there's, the CSI effect, right? Where there's this belief that that law enforcement can pull evidence out of thin air in many cases, that could ramp up somebody's sensitivity even more and make them more prepared for criminal activity, even if they aren't super experienced.
So the chat is a pretty even mix there between amateur and professional. And either way, even if it is an amateur, yeah, they're on what? Is this day 18 now? Day 18 of not being found and Nancy not being found? So what does that say? What does that say if the amateur, if it is an amateur, has been able to get away with it for this long?
And Tucson's a unique area in and of itself because of the darkness of night. Boy, that is a real thing that a lot of people a lot of people do not understand and appreciate how dark that place gets. They have a couple of observatories nearby that I think they minimize and limit the light pollution to facilitate viewing from those observatories. It is darker than dark at night. And so not surprised that you don't see some, have a lot of witnesses coming forward saying they saw vehicles driving away. If you're driving with your lights off, boy, you could go through neighborhoods and never be known.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling people who haven't been here. The neighborhood, Nancy's neighborhood, is just pitch black at night.
Yep.
If there's a full moon, you get the light from the moon. But I mean, everyone's like,
any cloud cover and you lost that.
Yeah, and everyone's asking about ring cameras. I'm like, they're not going to see anything. It's so dark. Even driving out here at night is, and there's all the dips. So like, it's hard. It's kind of crazy.
Yes.
You've been driving.
Very mountainous terrain, very hilly terrain, very rough terrain. Evidence collection is going to be difficult. Eyewitnesses are going to be hard to find.
So personally, I absolutely think it was pre-planned, premeditated. Absolutely. I do not think it was some sort of burglary gone wrong. Not at all. So pre-planned, probably by someone that at least knew the layout. Now, this is something people haven't thought about. People think, oh, they knew the layout. It must be someone Nancy Guthrie knew. Well, there's another possibility. The person who hired them knew, right? So the person that Nancy knows who hired them knew the layout and they told the people about the layout. That's a possibility too.
Very difficult. I think, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, and the other thing is a couple of the local law enforcement people I've talked to here said they don't think this looks like a cartel sort of thing. Like it's too amateur. They would have pulled the camera right away. Since you worked those kinds of cases, do you agree?
So from my experience, having worked down there, and I was a little bit ago, what I would say, generally speaking, the cartels operate very different north of the border than they do south of the border. They're willing to do things south of the border that they're not as willing to do north of the border. Reason being is that they want to be able to conduct their business in the United States. They do not want the United States to get to raise their threat level against them. And so, the killings that I saw, the violence that I saw very frequently, if it was coming direct from the cartels, was going to be targeted to people who owed money, people who are in the business. They want to, for the most part, stay away from drawing unnecessary attention beyond what they already do. So I would be surprised that if they would have an interest. They're making plenty of money. There's this is a high profile figure. If it was discovered the cartels were involved, it's going to just raise the threat level against them and draw more attention than necessary. Never mind the fact that it did lack the professionalism that I would expect. They're very savvy. They're very patient. They're very good at what they do when they decide to do something.
Right. Yeah. Like, what would the motivation for them be? I can't think of it for this, you know?
Right. High risk, very low reward from based on the.
Yes. High risk, low reward for anyone in a cartel. I don't know why they would do it. And a lot of the cartel kidnappings, they happen for political reasons as well. We were listening to someone the other day that was saying that. This one, to me, revenge. I would have thought money too at first, but to me, they've blundered the money option here.
Information that we have at this point.
What so I mean, just because you know Tucson and you lived here and you worked for the FBI here, and you've obviously been following this story, what is your theory? I mean, everybody asks me always, ask me what my theory is, and I've got a couple, but is there something that comes to mind to you where you're like, I bet this could be an explanation here of what happened?
You know, I hesitate to posit a theory. Because at the end of the day, it's the evidence that's going to drive the investigation. And I think there are a lot of theories floating out there, and they can become distractions. What you have is a massive resource on the ground with the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Office. And I don't doubt for a second that they have teams of people who are brainstorming, chasing down all the various leads and looking for the most probative evidence. And like I said before, following it to its natural end. Any theory that I might pose is not something that they haven't already thought of and isn't something that they're not in the process of chasing down and could only, I think, just ultimately be a distraction that I don't want to.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Is there anything that stood out to you as particularly unusual?
It's a good question by Brian. He's asking him, is there anything that stood out that is particularly unusual? I'm going to see what he says. Let's see what he says here.
Boy, the whole thing has elements of unusual.
Yeah.
If you do this job long enough, you see all kinds of things. You engage with all kinds of people. You witness or investigate all types of crimes. I don't know that there's anything in and of itself outside of, we're very limited. We have only the evidence that the government has allowed us to have. So to assume that we have everything would be, I think, naive of me, right? But if this was all the evidence, that would be shocking. That would be the shocking thing. And I just don't think that's the case.
Yeah, it seems like they have more, especially because of these SWAT raids that we've seen.
Yes. So Jennifer Koffendorfer said 90% she thinks that we don't know. And that would explain a lot. And that also just makes our job harder, right? We're commenting on the case. If we're only commenting with 10% of the information, what do we even know? Not much.
And one, at least we know, was a federal search warrant, the recent one on Friday night. Can you explain a little? I mean, if it was a federal search warrant signed off by a judge, they must know something, right? They can't just go busting into someone's house, take the phone.
Right. No, absolutely.
Down. I mean, there's something we don't know here, right?
So this happened after, if I remember the timeline correctly, this happened after they posted the pictures. And those pictures, without question, were going to tickle the tip line, if you will. We knew, watching this, those of us who have been there, knew that their tip line was going to go through the roof. They were going to start getting tips. Everybody's going to say, not everybody, you're going to get a lot of people who are going to say they recognize that person. I know that person's eyes. I spoke to this person the other day. They didn't really give me a good answer as to what they were doing between these hours. I called my ex-boyfriend at that time and he wasn't home. You're going to run the gamut of tips and they're going to have to chase all that stuff down. You're going to have varying degrees of information. Some people are going to speak very emphatically about things that maybe aren't 100% true. And so the FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Office just has to chase down the most viable leads, and based on that information, could get sufficient evidence to justify, a stop and a search, et cetera. So I mean, I'm not surprised at that. I think that's a natural result of tickling the tip line, as I said.
But is it unusual for them to do a federal search warrant have the SWAT teams out there just to, that's not just a follow-up on a lead, is it?
No. That's an excellent point. So it's not just because somebody called in that they're going to start pulling over everybody that a complainant called in about. They must or might have had additional information that led them to believe this was a viable subject. So yeah, it goes to our
And again, as I talked about before, though, it would have to be a pretty weak thing for that federal judge to not sign off on this, considering the gravity of the case and who it is. But that's just my opinion.
previous point that there's likely more information that exists out there that supported their ability to do those types of things and take that kind of law enforcement action.
We confirmed that they've been going to gun stores with 60 photos and 60 names, showing them the photos and the names. The 40 to 60. The number surprised me that it's that many. What
it just depends on how they're coming to those names and faces. What do we know? We know, at least from the public, what we know is we've got an individual who has an approximate height and weight. We've got clothing that is somewhat identifiable. The shoes, the pants, the jacket, the backpack, all of those things, items may be sold at multiple locations. They're going to basically be cross-referencing every component that they can to come up with potential names, right? Who may have bought this item and this item. And then from that, they're going to go then reasonably to gun shops. And I think what it shows is really how on the ground the FBI and Pima County sheriffs, like, they are chasing these leads down and they're taking all the
But the interesting part would be, where is this list of 40 to 60 even coming from? I thought maybe, okay, that person did a sketch of the person they thought was in the Nest cam, and maybe they try to find people that look like that sketch. And the sketch we did go over, I don't know how long ago it was now, maybe 5 days ago, but that could be
necessary steps to try to identify who these individuals might be.
There seemed to be a lot of surprise that there wasn't an arrest that resulted from this. And again, it was a big raid on Friday night. I mean, there was a lot of law enforcement. Is that typical? Did that surprise you?
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's just the nature of how some of these things go. Not every quote unquote SWAT hit or search warrant results in arrests. There are oftentimes you conduct a search warrant and you're doing that to collect more evidence, collect more information. Arrests may come later on down the road, but they didn't have sufficient evidence at that time necessarily to arrest anyone. So the fact that people were subject to the search and then released.
This guy on the left is a former FBI agent.
By itself does not make that suspicious in any way.
Are there a lot of ways, and I know it's harder to get into the US, but are there a lot of ways to get into Mexico without being noticed?
Yeah, just as there are a lot of ways into the United States from Mexico, the opposite is true as well. The Tucson sector has a lot of desert, a lot of open desert, but it's extremely rough terrain. I would be less inclined to think that they would try a more difficult trek through the desert with somebody in an advanced age, particularly knowing how easy it would be to probably just drive straight in. That being said, there are ample opportunities to cross in without taking the main roads or walking through the POE.
I really appreciate Jeff for talking to me. It's interesting, with some of my retired FBI friends, they put me in touch with other friends of theirs, and they're like, oh, I know somebody here or there, and I know somebody who worked in Tucson. So it's kind of like becoming this network of people, and it's awesome that everybody's talking to me and giving me their insight. And I appreciate my first time interviewing Jeff, and I appreciate him for doing it. Something else I wanted to share with you is a lot of you have been asking about just all the media presence. I mean, Nancy Street, there's media up and down the entire street. And there have been a few neighbors that have been annoyed. Not very many, but a couple have come out and just been like, it's ridiculous that you all are still here. But I will say for the most part, people seem happy we're here. I talked to one neighbor, and this is why I'm bringing this up just before I started doing this episode. And she just came over and wanted to chat, and she had a golden doodle, and I see so many dogs out here, and I always go over to see the dogs just because it kind of cheers me up, and it's nice to see people's dogs. And anyway, she was saying like, we're really happy you guys are still here. And I was like, oh, really? Thank you for saying that. It seems like some neighbors are annoyed. And she's like, no, most of us are really happy because we feel like if you guys leave, it's going to be forgotten about and Nancy will never come home. So we're happy you guys are staying. And that just made me feel good because that really is the reason that most of us are here, because we want to continue to cover the case. And, I know that the media gets a bad rap sometimes, but it is media pressure and attention that I've found with cases really does make a huge difference. I mean, when the media goes home and the pressure is gone and the sheriff and the FBI don't feel like they're getting calls every day and, oh my gosh, everybody's still out there, we haven't gotten anything. I mean, that's not a good thing. So, I do believe the media staying is a good thing, and I was really happy to see one of the neighbors kind of acknowledge that. The other thing is Marnie Hughes, who is my News Nation colleague, was out here, and she's a good friend of mine. We've worked together since we both started at News Nation, and she has this missing series that she started after the Gabby Petito case that really focuses on other missing cases that don't get a lot of attention, and there are so many. And people have already said to me, like, why is this case getting so much attention and others don't? People used to say that about Gabby Petito too.
That's what we see some people saying in the chat, right? Why is this person getting so much attention? Let's see what Brian says to it.
And I always tell them, like, look, at News Nation, we have this series that airs every week where we spotlight cases in depth that aren't getting attention. And so she was out here, and I
look at that. They got a show every week that spotlights those cases, for those who don't know.
Wanted to introduce you guys to her because she has a really interesting insight on this case, just because she does so many of these missing stories and investigations. So I wanted to introduce you guys to Marnie. I'm joined now by Marnie Hughes, my News Nation colleague and also my friend. It's been so great to see you out here. First of all, I just wanted to ask you, you do so many missing stories. I mean, how many have you done so far?
We've done somewhere around 250, in that range.
So you've really become like an expert on missing people in a sense. You've been out here for a couple of days now. What was your first, I feel like I've kind of become numb to some things because I've been out here for 2 weeks. What were your impressions when you got out here?
Well, first impression just on the attention this case is receiving stands out. And it's a question we get a lot. And it's a criticism these cases get. So like Nancy's case, why are so many people paying attention to this when there's so many other cases? I mean, my immediate answer is we are paying attention to other cases. But there's something unique about this. One, the circumstances in which she was taken in the middle of the night, an 84-year-old woman who does that. And she's Savannah Guthrie's mom. So those are two big reasons why this case is getting so much attention. Gabby Petito's case, which you and I both covered, also got national and global attention. Why? They were vlogging this romantic road trip across the country, and there was video evidence of it.
And that is a unique wrinkle to that story when there's video evidence of a lot of it.
Saw the video on the side of the street when the state troopers pulled them over. So we had a lot to go on, and it kind of told a story. A lot of the other cases, we don't have half of that. So it's a lot easier to pursue them investigatively. It's a lot easier to get the public's attention when you have those elements. A lot of other stories don't have that. That said, families want this type of attention on every single one of their cases. I wish they got it, but it's a resource thing and they often don't. But I think the public's help can really contribute to the investigation in this case, and let's hope it does. They're getting thousands and thousands of tips, which is incredible.
Yeah, and some people are like, oh, the case is going cold. But I mean, you actually work cold case missing cases. And so you know the difference. This doesn't feel like a cold case.
I read a stat recently in the last 24 hours, Brian, something like 84 days a case is considered cold, or up to a year it can be considered cold. I talk to families who have a missing person 10 years, 20 years ago, and they're like, our case is not cold. We'll talk to an investigator and go, no, we're still pursuing leads on that. So I think that it's subjective. Cold case or not, this is not cold, this is hot. And I feel like there's momentum in this case because of how much evidence we have. We have the gloves that they're testing for evidence, or glove. We have the video surveillance from the front porch, whatever evidence they have from inside of the house. They have a lot that a lot of other missing cases that we cover don't have half of that in terms of evidence. People, frankly, just fall off the grid and their loved ones go, they vanished and they would not have taken off. We don't understand. That's not the case in this one, which I think helps with police.
And you drove around the neighborhood a lot. You were over at the spot where they found that one glove, or I don't know if it was a pair of gloves. What's your sense from the area? Like, what are your takeaways after driving around so much?
It's very windy. There's a lot of really thick vegetation. It's dark at night. So all of that made me think how hard it would be to find this place. You wouldn't stumble upon Nancy's house if you weren't looking for it, especially showing up with a mask and a gun. You wouldn't just wander on this house. And as we watched the suspect walk up to the door, the place where they found the gloves, so we drove from Nancy's house to that location, and that's a busier road. There's a lot of garbage on the side of the road. As soon as I saw that spot, I hung less hope on the DNA in that glove that it connects back here to the house, just because it could have been thrown out by anybody. It's a black latex glove. Investigators still have to check it out, which I understand. But based on where it was and how many days after she was missing that it was found, I don't hold out a lot of hope. What I do hold out hope is the DNA evidence that they're gathering from inside the house, and if that is a hit in the system.
You talk to so many families every week of, people who are missing and like going through the worst time. I keep thinking about Savannah Guthrie, and I know she's a celebrity. I think people think like, oh, because you're a celebrity, like, it might feel different or it might be different, but you can just tell from her videos, like
She's
it's
hurting.
so raw, it doesn't matter how famous or how much money you have.
Yeah, no, she's grief stricken. And I think every family, there's this like darkness of living in the unknown. And the mind is a powerful thing, and it tends to go to the worst places. And I would imagine Savannah, like any of us, if a loved one is taken in the manner that her mom was, you think about what she went through in the middle of the night, when she woke up and someone took her, the fear, her health challenges. I mean, all of that is very scary. And where your mind can go to pretty bad places, hope is a pretty powerful thing also. And I think instinct. I talk to all these missing families, and especially parents of missing children, which is heartbreaking. They hold on to hope, and there's this instinctual nature about their search. And I hear a lot of moms say, I believe they're still alive. I would know if it was something otherwise. The last thing I'll say on that is people want answers. They want closure in whatever way you define that. If it's an outcome, then not knowing is what is so hard for people. The wondering what happened and why, and not having those answers. I pray in every single one of our cases that the families get those answers, and that the Guthries do, given the circumstances of this one.
Yeah. And I just keep thinking about like all the pressure on investigators. I mean, you have President Trump talking about this case quite frequently, and the FBI is involved. And he obviously is like, wants them to solve it. I'm sure is pressuring Kash Patel. You have the sheriff who has a lot of criticism right now, and I'm sure he's pressuring his people. I mean, you would think with all the resource, I mean, they probably have every resource.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got this signal sniffer that no one's ever heard, You would think with all the resources, they've got to be getting close.
I feel like they are. You and I have talked about that the last couple of days.
The thing is, they have no idea if they're getting close. If we don't have 90% of the information, how can you even come close to making an informed decision about how close they are? You're not going to be able to.
I feel like there's a lot of momentum right now. We keep learning kind of a trickle of information.
And again, if you don't know 90%, how can you say there's momentum? You can't.
Whether it's checking the gun stores here locally, the backpack and the purchase of that, how they cross-reference that. I'm pretty hopeful about cell phone or digital extraction after going to that crime lab here in Tucson. We haven't heard a lot from investigators about that, and I'm curious what they have, if they've pinged a cell phone in the area or if they've looked deeper into Google searches of Nancy before she disappeared. I think there are a lot of avenues they can go down, and when you have the sheriff and also the FBI working, that's only a good thing. It may seem a little messy, and I think all investigations can, and you can, I think, have a judgment on that later. But right now the mission is to find Nancy. So all hands on deck, 24/7 operation. I see that all as a good thing for her and for her family.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for this, Elaine. Thanks, Jared, for your content. I appreciate your support, Elaine. If you're still here and you haven't liked the video, please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. If you're not already, I go live every night to talk about true crime, current events, and I use my experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse to give my unique perspective on it. Also, there's a great flock of black sheep here too.
And you mentioned the criticism, like I've already seen it with this case on Twitter, like why is this woman getting so much attention when there are all these other missing people? And again, you do the stories every week that like people aren't really talking as much about at all. How do people find your stories, like so they can get the word out about these cases that aren't
Yeah.
getting attention.
Well, so when we launched our missing series in 2021, after Gabby's disappearance, we would often go seeking cases, trying to find cases, working with some of our local stations. We would work through NAMIS, the national database, which is a depository for missing cases. And now that we've been doing this for 5 years, the cases come to us and people find us. So I tell everybody, if you have a missing case you think we should investigate, send it directly to us. You can go to newsnationnow.com and submit a case. There's a group of like 5 of us that we actively look through every submission that we get. We reach out to the families. We talk to law enforcement. It gives families a lot of solace to know that they're heard. And so that's a bridge that we try to gap, or our gap we try to fill, or whatever the state, whatever the
bridge
saying
the gap,
is.
I think.
Yeah, bridge the gap.
Yeah.
But as long as they're heard and they feel like somebody's paying attention to their case, that can go a long way in motivating investigators too to take a second look. I say every case is solvable and every missing person matters, no matter their race, their background, the decisions they've made. They're somebody's person.
Yeah.
And they deserve our attention. So yeah, send us cases. We've had some positive outcomes on cases that we've helped solve because somebody has seen our story and called it in. Some, teenage girls who had been lured away online. We have outcomes in cases that give families the closures they need, but a lot of cases remain open and active, and we're just waiting for that one tip that cracks it.
Well, thank you, Marnie.
Thanks,
it's good
Brian.
seeing you out here as always. Yeah,
of course.
It's always really nice to talk to Marnie, and I'm happy to call her a friend and a colleague. And I really appreciate you guys for checking out my show and subscribing and sticking with me through this whole investigation. And I don't plan on going anywhere. And I just hope, all it takes is one tip.
So someone in the chat says, if law enforcement thinks she's still alive, they wouldn't be sitting on any information. Well, that's only if they think it's going to be beneficial to finding her. They could just as well think, actually, if we share too much, it might actually hurt us because we'll get too many leads and there'll be too many things to sift through. That's a possibility too.
And I do believe that they could be getting closer behind the scenes just based on things that I'm hearing. So let's just hope that Nancy comes home and that just keep Savannah Guthrie and her family in your thoughts, just with everything that they're going through right now. So that's the latest. Again, today is, because I know the episodes get kind of confusing. Today is Wednesday. I've lost kind of track of days. But that's the latest, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. So now we're going to follow Maureen.
Here's one thing that does seem like a good lead, at least for now. On Tuesday, law enforcement was in Nancy's neighborhood, and 2 officials came out to the side of one of her neighbor's homes with a ladder and appeared to be checking the surveillance camera on the neighbor's house and looking at a phone. CNN reported this and said they'd reached out for clarification on what they were doing. But at Nancy's house, you saw Pima County Sheriff's Department vehicles in the driveway, and then one person coming out of the house with a bag wearing blue gloves. So they're still, I guess, finding evidence in Nancy's. And there they are on the side of the neighbor's home, looking at security cameras at the neighbors. And then the founder of the Ring doorbell cam, Jamie Siminoff, was actually on CNN and spoke to what could possibly be happening there. Here is what Jamie Siminoff told CNN's Kate Boldon.
When you see, and we'll show the video again, investigators up on a ladder and they say they're conducting follow-up investigations or referencing a phone, looking at a camera, what are they likely trying to confirm? Is there a range of possibility?
I mean, it's hard to speculate. The footage, it does appear to be a Ring floodlight camera. Again, it's pretty small in the picture, but it does appear to be one of our floodlight cameras. The footage would be in the cloud if it was there. So I maybe they're looking at the angle of it.
Okay, now Fitz, that to me seems somewhat promising. If you've got the neighbor's floodlight camera on Nancy's home and something could have been recorded.
Promising 16 days ago, though. Why are they just looking at that now? That's 101. I mean, we talked on your show and others, Megan, every, red light camera on the street, and of course getting closer. Of course, Nancy's house itself, which they finally got the video off of that. I don't understand why they even have to go up on a ladder to do anything. I mean, it's in the cloud, as the guest on CNN said. So yes, this of course should be looked at. It should have been looked at. And I'm not here to criticize people. This is one of the basic things in crime scene 101 nowadays. Anyway, get all the nearby cameras you can. If you need a search warrant or a subpoena, whatever it takes. I'm surprised it took this long. And unless they're going back for something else that was missed the first time around with that camera. So good news, they're doing it. It maybe could have done 16 or 17 days ago.
Well, same with that, the search on the helicopter for the connection with her pacemaker. It's like,
sure.
Oh, glad to see you doing it now. Would have loved to have seen it day 1, 2, 3, 4, and thereafter. Will, your thoughts on the gloves not matching? And we believe the sheriff is a little ambiguous, but we believe he's also said that there's no match to CODIS from the DNA they found in the house. And also the fact that now they're getting around to the neighbor's ring cam on the floodlight.
Well, I think they've got to sort of process any evidence that they potentially
Hear that? Neighbor's ring cam on the floodlight. I think that would be pretty interesting. We've heard not very much about that at all, what the neighbor's cameras could have picked up.
can gather and either see it as valid and viable, and it actually leads them to perhaps another piece of evidence that they can potentially springboard from, to trying to identify and obtain the identity of who that individual was that was at Nancy's house. But ultimately, it's pepper seeds. It's all this intelligence, all these little bits of evidence. They will all gather together, hopefully in a big picture that can then form a better understanding of exactly what went on and who was possibly involved. I agree with Fitz entirely on the camera on the neighbor's house, and why they're doing it right now really does surprise me, because I would have hoped one of the first things that would have been done by even a junior officer would be to go around, map up every single house that had a camera, to inquire with the homeowner whether it was still working. And there's a chance they may have been up on the ladder, because maybe the user or the homeowner that the camera was attached to their residence may not have registered their details, maybe didn't have a live connection or had lost it at some point and logged out. So again, it's seeing whether it actually has any power still to it. And there's every good chance maybe it didn't have any power. And if it didn't, then obviously that's not going to bear any fruit. But all the cameras, the entire route, and as Fitz said, even any red light cameras, it should try and daisy chain almost, the access by this individual and the egress. In which direction did they leave? What was the vehicle? Can they identify a license plate? All that sort of intrinsic intelligence.
So now they're going to go try genetic genealogy for the DNA that they've recovered on the gloves. And again, the reason I say it's ambiguous whether they've gotten a match in CODIS or not on the DNA inside the house is because the sheriff is, it's not that precise with his language. And Jonathan Hunt of Fox News asked.
So this would explain why there's a little bit of a discrepancy between Ashley Banfield and what Brian Etten said. Brian Etten, I guess, interpreted it as, yes, they ran the DNA in the house through CODIS and came up with nothing. Ashley Banfield said, no, they didn't. And maybe Megyn Kelly's about to say something here to clear this up.
Him, is there a CODIS match from the DNA in the house? And he said, no, which, okay, that's why in our AM update this morning, we reported that the sheriff says no match from the DNA in the house. And I think the FBI.
Okay, that's what Brian Etten said. Brian Etten did say that. Now I was confused a little bit because Ashley Banfield did not say that.
I actually also said that. But then later that day, the Pima County Sheriff's Department put out something suggesting they're still testing the DNA in the house. So just put an out.
So what does that mean then? Does that mean that they're going to go on to the genealogy test? Is that what that means? Or does that mean they're still testing it for CODIS? So I guess, okay, I understand why there's some confusion then.
Asterisks after it. As has become typical, we don't totally understand what the sheriff is meaning to say. But genetic genealogy is hot. It is the future of law enforcement. It is very, very hot. It's amazing how they, like, Cece Moore, who's been on the show a couple times, she's the the godmother of it.
Yes, folks, please remember to like the video while you're here. Likes are free, and super chats are a great way to get questions answered, and memberships are a great way to support the channel.
And she was saying, this is why you're not going to have serial killers anymore in the United States, because it's just too like touch DNA, doesn't have to be yours that they find like in their database. It can be your sixth cousin. And CeCe Moore, when she's sicked on the case of, okay, we can tell that this touch DNA we found on this crime scene belongs to someone who's a distant relation to, our whatever. We can find that it's related to this person who we got a hit off of. But we know it wasn't this person who's in our CODIS database because this person is 100 years old and in hospice. So you start from that 100-year-old person in hospice and you start drawing circles around the person and getting to all their relatives until you can get closer and closer and closer, in this case to Tucson, Arizona, and somebody who might be living there. And then this is how she does it. She figures out, who did that person marry? Who are their children? Who are their grandchildren? Who did they marry? Where are they from? She pulls up birth announcements. She pulls up death announcements. She actually came out and explained it with respect to the Kohlberger case on because, in that case, they grabbed his trash and did testing. And that's how they often do it. They grab your trash, which is why Brian Kohlberger was putting his trash into his neighbor's bin. In the moment he was arrested, he was doing that, by the way. Anyway, here she is describing the process, because this is what's now going to be done to the DNA on those gloves, and probably also that found in Nancy's home.
This is pretty common when investigative genetic genealogy
And that's CeCe
has pointed law enforcement toward a certain individual or family. And they'll do what's called a trash pull. If they can't just follow that person and pick something up that they dropped, then they'll typically resort to waiting for that.
All right, everyone should send some good vibes to Danielle. She has some surgery tomorrow, so send some good energy and vibes her way.
Person to put their trash out on the curb, and most states allow this. It's considered abandoned at that point. And then they go through the trash and try to find an item that might have DNA on it. But when it's a home like this, a household where there's multiple people, they don't know exactly whose DNA they're going to get. So in this case, they found a male sample of DNA and tested it, and it wasn't the suspect's. However, they were able to perform what is basically a standard paternity test comparison to the profile from the button on the sheath, and determined that that individual's DNA from the trash was the father of the individual who left his DNA behind at the crime scene.
So are we feeling excited? Let me ask you, the Fitz, about the genetic genealogy possibilities here.
This is very close to home for me, Megan, because the first case I remember as a little boy growing up in Philadelphia was the boy in the box case.
Philadelphia, that's right by me.
In the late 50s, a little boy found in a box in sort of the outskirts of Philly, still in the city limits. No one knew who he was. Everyone wanted to know this little boy's identity. The VDOC Society, I've been wearing this pin, I think it's on this side, every day, everywhere I go. They're a cold case society in Philly. Finally, after all these leads all around the world, who is this little boy? We got to give him a name. About 2-3 years ago, through genetic DNA, and I think CeCe may have had some work in it, I'm not sure, that little boy was finally identified. From West Philadelphia, they can put a name on his tombstone now. He wasn't Pottersfield, VDOC Society moved him. So that was great, a great accomplishment there with genetic. We still have to figure out who killed him, but now we at least know his name, and his parents are unfortunately deceased. I worked a case in Lancaster, PA as a profiler in the early 2000s. It was the 25-year anniversary of a woman who was raped and murdered in her home. And I just did a TV show called Philly Homicide, and with my friend Chris McMullen, who's the host. And that case came back. They finally solved that one with genetic DNA. I don't want to give too much away, but they actually went to Italy and found the town where this DNA was originally resulted from, and they could put it all together in Lancaster and come up with their suspect. It is amazing what can be done now and with this type of acknowledgement with this DNA, and not just serial killers, but serial rapists, anybody leaving any fluid behind at a scene, they're going to get identified. Let's just hope we have something here at Mrs. Guthrie's house.
Yeah, the problem for us here is we don't know if the abductor's DNA is on those gloves, or if the DNA they have found inside the house that doesn't match Nancy or one of her service providers is in fact the perpetrators. We could just be testing, I don't know, maybe she forgot that she had a dog walker come by, 2 months ago, or maybe it's DNA from when she had a Savannah visit last and one of Savannah's friends came over. Like, we just don't even know that it's not like we saw the guy open up the doorknob with a naked hand. And like, we know the DNA we're testing on the doorknob belongs to the perpetrator. So we have to do it. I agree with you, Maureen, but like, man, we're spending a lot of time running down DNA that may have absolutely nothing to do with the crime scene. Here's one more shot of CeCe Moore talking about how, because they go to the public databases that have people's DNA in them. And they're not supposed to go to 23andMe or Ancestry.com or Heritage.com, which are private. That's where the four of us would go if we wanted to see, like, how Scottish am I, or what diseases might be latent inside of me. Those are not supposed to be accessible by the feds. But here's CeCe explaining. You're using a website, not 23andMe, not Ancestry.com, called GED Match. And my understanding is the way you populated this GED Match, because you point out you need as many samples on there as possible, is by encouraging people who are into this, who would like to connect with other relatives, to take their 23andMe, their Ancestry.com results and upload them to GED Match.
And this is important because for those who don't know, the top 3 of these kinds of sites do not cooperate with law enforcement. So they have to focus on the other ones that do cooperate with law enforcement. And even then, you have to opt in to it being searchable. So what CeCe's saying here is, well, okay, even if you're on 23andMe or whatever the other ones are called, upload the results to these others and opt in too, of course.
And to widen the chances that they'll connect with somebody.
Right. So GEDmatch was started by 2 friends of mine, Curtis Rogers and John Olson, back in 2010-11. And of course, when it started, there was no one in there. So we had to convince people to download their raw data from one of the other sites, which at the time was just 23andMe and Family Tree DNA, and upload to GEDmatch. And so it was just a small site, kind of a playground for more advanced genetic genealogists. It was where we could try out new tools. We could do cross-company comparisons. So if you tested at 23andMe and I tested at Family Tree DNA or later Ancestry, we could both upload there for free and then compare our data looking for those long identical shared segments.
Okay, but here's the thing.
I mean, hey, it's better than nothing, but I still think it's going to be tough because most people aren't using the other ones besides the top 3. They're the top 3 for a reason. Not impossible, but I'd also say not likely.
Well, in Kohlberger, they tested the DNA. They found out that knife sheath against GED Match or GEDmatch, and they did not get a match because this is a much smaller database than if you were to include 23andMe and Ancestry and Heritage and all that. And they compared the DNA anyway to those private companies' DNA. It became a big issue in Kohlberger. Brian's defense attorney wound up trying to exclude the evidence, saying they violated the DOJ's policy not to take advantage of the private databases because of the general skepticism and fear people have of the government having access to their DNA profiles. And the judge denied the motion, saying that's, they may have violated a DOJ policy, but that doesn't make this inadmissible. And of course, they wound up having Brian Kohlberger's cheek swab by the time they went to trial and then settled it. But like there was a zero doubt that they had found the right guy. In any event, couldn't they potentially do the same thing here? Get a warrant or beg the companies? That's what somebody was saying. I would beg Savannah Guthrie to go to all the companies and say, please give us permission, because.
And again, how would that even work? Would the people that are on that platform, could they then sue 23andMe if they comply with that? I don't know.
You can give us permission. It's not a violation of law to let us have access to this so we can see if there's a match to find this kidnapper.
Yeah, I'd agree, Megan. I think that there are 2 fundamental flaws potentially with this DNA search on this from these elements that they've captured. The first of which is, will it make a match? And one of the problems is that with many of these private DNA companies, most of the people who've contributed or donated their DNA have been doing it willingly, and they've paid for the process to try and find out the answers to those questions you mentioned earlier about themselves personally, their ancestry and whatnot. But the problem is do we believe that the individual that we've seen on the Ring doorbell, is that someone who would go voluntarily himself by his own admission and submit a sample, basically, to try and find out this information? I think that's a bit of a lottery.
I mean, again, it's not even just him, though, right? It can be other people within their gene pool, no? That's the part that makes it interesting. Like, I don't think when Brian Kroberger did it, did they find his specific DNA, or was it just the family members or someone else he knew in the family?
I think the second issue, as you rightly say, is these are private companies. And this could open up a nest of vipers, so to speak, for many of the individuals who have contributed their own personal data. This is private personal data, which they've been assured by those companies would not be revealed unnecessarily. So there may be some serious legal implications. The other two on the panel may come back with a suitable explanation as to why it may not. But my concern would be, I think there will be a lot of people who may be on the fringes of criminality, who may have submitted that DNA, which is going to give a lot of very revealing personal information about themselves, concerned that the DOJ is accessing it and could, whilst they're there, harvest all sorts of other data.
International disputes, inflation, rising. Hold on, read more. News reporting. Guys, listen to this. As we're discussing the possibility, the sheriff's statement of targeted kidnapping and the possibility that somebody understanding, I mean, it could have just been about Nancy Guthrie, but the odds are it had something to do with the rich daughter. I mean, I think that's probably the smarter bet. Fox News reporting. This is the headline. Internet user, they don't know who, searched for Nancy Guthrie's address and daughter's salary before Today host's mother vanished. This is literally breaking.
So someone searched her address and Savannah Guthrie's salary. Is there a connection with this? What do you think? Yes, if there's a connection. So yes, press 1 if you think there's a connection. No connection at all, 2.
After the discussion we just had, it's crazy. I don't know how you can tell this. Fox News is citing Google Trends. An internet user appears to have searched for Nancy Guthrie's home address in the weeks prior to her suspected abduction, Google Trends shows. Last week, the FBI released a description of the individual seen. They're talking about the guy, 5'9", 5'10", with the Ozark Trail hiker backpack, other identifying items. Hold on, read more. Fox News Digital has learned that mysterious Google searches for Nancy's address and Savannah's salary occurred before her disappearance. Google Trends records show there was one search for Guthrie's address in the Catalina foothills between June 21st and June 28th, 2025 by someone in Arizona. They can tell you exactly where the search came from. The address was searched again once.
Interesting. Thank you very much for this, Gog. You got to be nuts to submit your DNA to those companies. Insurance companies are cramping at the bit to get a hold of your DNA data, aka claim denied. That's a good point. I would not put it past them for a second to do that because it would save the insurance companies money, right? So totally. Thank you for the support, sir.
On January 11th, 2026. That's one of the dates that the sheriff's office is asking people to check their Ring cameras for. This is getting creepy. The January 11th date also surfaced in a message on the Ring camera app. Yeah, he's this guy's in my head. Let's see. A Pima County Sheriff's Department captain replied to the post asking users to look for the verified post. Okay, The man questioned. Hold on, sorry, I'm reading live.
So he's asking for people to check their cameras the day of this Google search. Coincidence? Probably not, but that also doesn't mean it's anything either.
Where's the part
It's a
about him
good lead.
searching
Pre-offense
Savannah's-
behavior. We talked about this week.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, stand by. My crack producers texted it to me. They can read faster than I can. There were two separate. Which one is it, Debbie? Is it which text? You have three from you here. There were also two separate Google image searches for Nancy's address in Arizona. One, again, sometime between March 1st and 8th, 2025. Oh, Google image searches, guys. Google image searches, in addition to like just typing in the Google search bar. Okay, also two separate Google image searches for Nancy's address in Arizona. One was sometime between March 1st and 8th, 2025. The other was between November 30th and December 1st, 2025, specifically looking for images or a map of the home. In addition to the address, in the days leading up to Nancy's disappearance, quote, Savannah Guthrie's salary was searched from Tucson sometime between December 13th and 20th. For comparison, CNN anchor Anderson Cooper, who grew up in New York City, generated one search for Anderson Cooper's salary in the New York City area between March 29th and April 5th. Fox News' Sean Hannity also grew up in New York, and Sean Hannity's salary was searched once between May 3rd and 10th, 2025. Whoa. What do you make of this?
Yeah, we've been talking.
Maureen has been surprisingly silent in these segments. Did she even say anything at all in the last clip? I don't think she did.
About this since the beginning. Victimology, about our victim, all the family members, friends of family members, but then going to the offender himself. What were they doing in the weeks, if not months beforehand? One of them is obsessive, internet interest and usage, and who's looking up the parties here involved in this particular case. And of course, that includes starting to buy materials, backpacks, ropes, all these things, the Uncle Mike holster, whatever's in there. But it's no surprise to me at all, as we said earlier, and my partner and I are going to put out on our Cold Red podcast later today, the full profile of this person. The pre-offense behavior includes this type of activity. And if anyone knows the person, and their computer has those images locked in there somehow, or a search history, that's a person we're going to talk to, and the tip line should be called.
Yes. What do you think, Will?
Well, I think this is an absolute treasure trove. I mean, as Fitz said, this is the advanced reconnaissance. This is the research that's done in advance on a potential prospect. So I think there's going to be some reverse engineering against the IP address, which Google no doubt will be able to attribute to those searches, to actually see any other history, any other IP-associated data searches that have been undertaken throughout this period from 2025 right up until, obviously, the date of the incident itself. So yeah, this is a very useful bit of a lead that can be now hunted through, and with Google's assistance, that they could be obviously warranted or subpoenaed to assist them on this. And ultimately, this is the sort of thing that Google would love to, no doubt, to be able to assist them with.
I mean, so you've got, I'm just trying to go through the timeline here. So you've got November 30, between November 30th and December 1st, someone searched for an image of Nancy's home. On January 11th, someone searched for Nancy's address and had also searched on June 21st, between the 21st and the 28th. So in the summer of 25, they searched for Nancy's address. Then again, 2 weeks before the...
One guess could be Maureen only wants to comment when there's something substantial. And if she thinks it's just kind of grasping at straws, she doesn't even want to feed energy into it or give life into those theories, maybe.
Kidnapping. On March 1st and 8th, between March 1st and 8th, they searched for images of Nancy's home. And then again on November 30th and December 1st. Again, now we're coming up to within 2 months of the kidnapping.
Yeah.
And then on December 13th, between December 13th and December 20th, somebody searched for Savannah's salary. Now, I will say this, as a news person, they often search for your salary.
Right.
Like, I've seen that because there's all sorts of speculation online about what my salary is.
I don't look up people's salary. I have looked up people's net worth, though. more so than their salary. I've probably looked up a couple people's salary, but more so it's usually net worth.
What all news persons' salaries are. By the way, they're like incredibly off, like so off every time. They never get it. There's a whole video on YouTube about my lavish lifestyle. I'm like, oh, let's see. What do they have? Like literally nothing in there is mine. Not the house, not the car, like nothing. I'm like, okay.
Details,
it's all fake, but
It's good they're getting them wrong. It's good they're getting it wrong.
Yes.
it's very good. Yeah. But it's so weird. Like things are made up. So, but I'm just saying it may not be as exciting as we think that they search for Savannah's salary, because they do that when you're a public figure. But it's just it's very eerie to see they searched for that. And within 2 weeks of that, they were searching for images of Nancy's home. And within 3 weeks of that, they were searching for Nancy's address. Now, we don't know if it's the same person.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask
but
you.
If these searches come back to the same person, Maureen.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think if they can actually join the dots together, and if it can be attributed to the same IP address for those searches, albeit in those different periods, that falls into what we'd call a traditional planning cycle or attack planning cycle. So, there will be the selection of the potential prospect to kidnap, if it was indeed a kidnap. They would then revisit, they'd look at that site again, see if there was any changes, see if there was any alterations. Certainly but I wouldn't have discounted, which is why all these Ring and Nest cameras of neighbors is going to be so essential to see if there's any repeated behavior. I mean, in the small area that she lives in, Nancy lives in, there will be a very easy pattern of the vehicles associated to the residents in that area. Any other vehicles other than delivery vehicles, if they're privately owned, will be very easy to identify, whether they be, vans, trucks, whatever it might be.
Especially at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Why? Yes. Why would they be, and I don't know, in what I just quickly read, they didn't source this to law enforcement. So it's possible they say Fox News has learned. Okay, so it is sourced to law enforcement, because there's nobody else who's calling Fox to tell them that they did this. They learned
it's
this.
Probably part of that public-private.
Law enforcement, why would law enforcement want us to know this?
Well, first of all, it's a big lead. Secondly, they're not driving by this house in June and on these other dates well in advance of the abduction with masks on or at nighttime. So, I mean, I just think it would be fantastic if one of these clowns got a ticket on one of the speeding cameras, because the speeding cameras don't record, but they do take your photo when you're driving through and that light goes off. And boy, wouldn't that be a bonanza of a tip.
Or a Tesla.
Could you imagine that? If they got a picture of them from one of those things, that would be wild.
A Tesla camera, or the neighbor. Maybe that's what they're doing with the neighbor's Ring cam. Maybe it's not even about they already checked that one perhaps for the night she disappeared. Maybe they're going back to see whether anybody did a drive-by
daylight
on any of these dates.
Exactly.
Daylight stuff.
Which they still should have done weeks ago, but that's okay.
Yeah.
International.
Let's see. Was that the last one pretty much? No, this is the last one.
The sheriff was asked by Brian Enton about additional cameras at Nancy's. Now, keep in mind, Ashley Banfield reported that there was a Nest cam in the front, that we already know, and that there was one in the back too, and that both of the Nest cams at Nancy's were taken. And the sheriff has never confirmed anything about the back door. He has never, he has said, we don't have the Nest cameras. So like whatever number there were, they were taken. And he won't confirm forced entry. He won't say whether the perp got in through the front door or the back door. But Brian did ask him about additional cameras in SOP 56. Take a listen.
I know that you and the FBI were able to get those surveillance photos off the camera in the front of the house.
Yeah. And this is from Brian Denton's interview with Sheriff Nanos. Brian went over this yesterday, and we went over this yesterday too.
Any progress on the other cameras? Can you do the same thing?
Boy, I'm hopeful. So there's other cameras. Your question, will we get more? We've asked the Google, hey guys, can you do this? And they said the very same thing. Sheriff, We don't think we can get anything, but we'll try. And that's all we're hopeful.
And so as of now, it's still just the video from the front.
Yes.
Okay, so the sheriff.
So why would they be able to get the video from the front, but then not the others? That's interesting to me.
Hard to hear there, but was saying there are more cameras. He has said that before. He didn't specifically say it's another Nest camera, but he didn't sound too hopeful in that particular soundbite. And it's been now more than a week since they found the video of the abductor on the front porch, Maureen.
So on a side note, here's the difference between Brian Etten's interviews with Maureen and Megyn Kelly's. When Megyn Kelly's here, you hear a lot more of Megyn Kelly talking. And that's the difference. Brian, he knows to give the floor up, and he gives the floor to Maureen. And so then we hear much more of what Maureen has to think about it. But when we're watching it with Megyn Kelly, we hear a lot more of Megyn Kelly. In all these clips, we hear her talking more than anyone.
So are we getting pessimistic about the odds of recovering another needle in the haystack?
I'm getting pessimistic about that, and it hurts my soul. But I do know that if you recall, when the sheriff gave one presser, he said that with their strong partnership, or no, it was Kash Patel who said, with our strong partnerships with the private sector, we were able to go in and help Google with their things. So I have faith that the FBI people, if they're embedded in there and they're allowing them to work there, that they will have the best luck, because the FBI does unbelievable work. I've seen it. One of the guys on my team used to do that work for the Bureau. It does take a lot of time. It does take a lot of patience. And it takes an unbelievable amount of experience and intelligence when it comes to these type of systems, old ones cobbled together with new ones. With, is there a SIM card attached? Does it have? Is it in the cloud? Is it on a recorder at the home? All these things together, and they're going to be digging very carefully in down every single alley. So my hope is low. My expectation is low, but I'm hoping that they're just going to come up with something great for us.
I mean, that's what they say. To expect is to be disappointed, as the saying goes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it would be the best place to get more evidence if they could possibly get anything out of there. The sheriff also spoke with Fox News and Jonathan Hunt and had this to say about exploring any connection in this crime to Mexico. Tucson, of course, where she lives, being an hour away from the southern border. Here's what he said in SOT 53.
Any suggestion at all that Nancy Guthrie might have been taken across the border into Mexico? Are you looking at that at all?
I'm sure the FBI's looked into that as well, but no, I mean, we check all the leads we have. We're like everybody else. We know where Mexico is in relationship to this, and certainly it's a possibility, but no, we have nothing to indicate that.
And yet, this just in from Fox News' Michael Ruiz. A federal law enforcement source confirms the FBI has contacted Mexican authorities in connection with the Nancy Guthrie case.
Sure. I mean, of course, why wouldn't you contact them though, too, right? At the very least, you say, hey, if you don't have the internet or the news, clearly you see we're looking for this person. It happened in Arizona. Could you please keep your eyes open for us, right? At the very least, you're going to do that.
So the sheriff says they don't have any firm evidence that she's been taken across the border, and says there's no indication she was taken there, but we are contacting the Mexican authorities. Is this like, the sheriff seems, every time he's talked about Mexico, he's like, no. And then we find out the FBI is talking. How can he say no? We don't know who did it. Explain that to me, Will. Why is he like, no, it's not Mexico? How the hell do we know?
I don't know, Megyn, and I have to say every single time I see an interview or any words coming out of his mouth, I'm almost aghast at his somewhat ambiguous and foggy answers to everything, or definitive answers, when really, to be honest, he shouldn't be saying anything. I mean, again, this is what I was saying we were discussing last week, which is about it's so important that those updates that you are providing have to be as accurate as possible. They cannot be in conflict with what the FBI may be saying or doing. And ultimately, you're going to lose more and more credibility. And the family,
And by the way, please remember to like the video. Likes are free, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
Savannah and the other family members will be losing their faith and hope in the capability of actually retrieving their mother in whatever capacity that might be. I think, again, the problem with the sheriff, I mean, even going to the cameras point, he said other cameras. So there was inevitably more than one backdoor camera. There was the front camera. Also in terms of Google, and I've worked with Google, and I've looked at also data retrieval on a number of projects and operations investigations. And if Google were able to retrieve, obviously, the footage from the front camera, from the Nest camera, obviously, on the front door, then they should be able to retrieve the footage from the ones at the back. And there should be a very quick interrogation of Nancy's financials, looking at her credit card statements, looking at her bank account, to see if she's got a Nest subscription. You should be able to find that out literally within 24 hours.
That's a good point. The sheriff, I'm sorry, he's lost credibility with me. I no longer believe the sheriff. This is just one example, but the whole business, this is yet another example of like the sheriff seems to be making it up. Like, no Mexico. Okay, I don't believe you. I don't know whether it's true or it's not true, but I know that you don't know enough to say that yet. And then the thing about whether the family members have all been cleared. This is the chronology. It's changed again. Here we are on Wednesday. It's been changing every day this week. Okay, let me tell you.
I think the problem with the sheriff is he needs to be in too much control of the situation, and he's not sharing like the parameters properly. If like you have certain things that you don't want communicated, you have to have a plan of attack with it. Like, okay, how am I going to communicate to the public here in a way that's diplomatic, but is still kind of truthful? Right? That's what he should be doing. But instead, he kind of seems to be like kind of all over the place, back and forth. And it kind of shows not a good plan. That's what I would say.
Sunday to the Daily Mail, the sheriff, nobody has been cleared as suspects. On Monday, in a press release, the family has been cleared as possible suspects. NBC News reports that same day, absolutely no evidence was examined in order to get to the new conclusion. So we knew the sheriff had pulled it out of his hat, right? Like when he said no one's been cleared and then the family's been cleared, we all said, oh, they must have gotten a DNA. Something came back, like something got him there. No, NBC reported absolutely nothing changed. It's just the sheriff just deciding to tell us they've been ruled out. And then he added, and they've been ruled out from the first early days of the case. Well, then why did you tell the Daily Mail on Sunday that no one's been ruled out? Why did you say that? Why did you say that every day for the preceding 12 days that no one had been ruled out? So it seemed very clear that he was trying to do the family a solid on Monday by just saying they're all ruled out. Then the FBI.
So this is the problem with Megyn Kelly, though. Like, she's giving her commentary on this, and these three are just kind of like her audience for her commentary. Instead of giving the ball to these three, hey, give us your opinions on this.
Wouldn't go that far. Just kind of had a no comment in response to the family's ruled out. Then Tuesday, which was yesterday, he comes out after the showtime and said the Guthrie family has not been identified as suspects. They've not been identified as a suspect. Well, that is not the same thing as being ruled out, being cleared. That's not the same thing at all. That's a massive walk back, which he did. And then he sits down with Fox News' Jonathan Hunt, and he asks the sheriff, this is within an hour of him doing the walk back of saying, well, they haven't been cleared. And this is what he says, SOP 51.
You are 100% certain that there is no connection between the kidnapping and the siblings or the siblings' spouses, the Guthrie siblings?
I am completely, I think we put out a statement yesterday. I put it out. 100% certain that this family has been completely victimized. And the re-victimization should not occur, ever.
I mean, we just don't know enough to even truly say that, though. If you don't have a suspect and you don't have anyone in custody, there's been no arrests. how can you, in good conscience, say what he's saying right here? Oh, yes, they're clear. They're just being victimized. Well, until you find who it is, you don't really know that. Until you know exactly how it went down, you don't really know that. So it just seems like an unnecessary thing for him to be saying.
No, Jim, you are our linguist. It's no, none of it works.
None of it does work. And these exonerations always bother me. In the John Benet Ramsey case, the family was completely exonerated by the Boulder DA. Not saying anyone in the family killed the girl, but just a complete exoneration to me makes no sense. I'm on a podcast right now, my own podcast called Red. We're talking to the father of a woman killed in British Columbia in 2008. And the family, the police there, Saanich PD, have completely exonerated her boyfriend and her boyfriend's mother. And now we have, of course, the sheriff in this case exonerating the family. Unless you're putting handcuffs on someone else with DNA evidence, there is absolutely no purpose. And where's the DA in this? Can you imagine being the district attorney? Somehow the family, evidence points to a family member. How much the arguments will be before the jury that, well, the sheriff himself said they're not involved. What did this change? What?
That's a great point there too, actually, right? So what he's saying with this back and forth with the sheriff, you're giving ammunition to any defense attorney out there worth their weight in salt. Well, the sheriff said they weren't involved, but here you are trying to charge him with something. What's up with that?
What political aspect came in that you all of a sudden changed ideas here, and they were exonerated, they're not, and it's all they need in front of a jury, just to make one person say, oh, I'm not guilty. So there's no purpose for these exonerations. You can say we're not focusing on the family right now and leave it at that and move on, but it doesn't mean you've closed the door. And unless they're playing, 9D chess, and quite frankly,
There's
I don't think the sheriff is on that level of a chessboard.
No way.
Of any way,
Maureen,
shape, or
the
form.
number,
Also, before Maureen talks, please remember to like the video. Likes are free, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Also, super chats are the best way to get questions answered, and memberships are a great way to support the channel.
Sunday, no one's cleared. Monday, the family's cleared. Tuesday, the family's not identified as suspects right now. He said right now. Then within an hour of that statement, the interview to Jonathan Hunt. So you're saying they're 100% cleared. They've 100% been victimized. Which, so like, what is he doing?
He's really making it difficult for whoever the prosecution team is. And if I were on trial prep with this, I know the first meeting with the prosecutor, we would just sit there and drop our face into our hands, saying, how are we going to circumnavigate this nightmare? Because if he thinks he's not going to be put on the stand and just grilled left, right, and center for all these contradicting statements, it's just a disservice. In my opinion, all of,
like they say, loose lips sink ships.
His jaw-jacking is a complete divergence from what should be important, which is the investigation and the noble professionals that are carrying out all these, investigative leads and following these lines of inquiry, because this is just not helpful. And that's the nicest way I can say it.
Yeah, just be quiet about it. It's like put aside Ashley Banfield's reporting early on that her senior law enforcement source said that the brother-in-law may be the prime suspect at this time. Put that aside. We all have been watching them tow the Guthrie car, the Annie Guthrie car, who's married to Tomas. We watched them go into Annie and Tomas's house in the dark hours of the evening and keep the lights off and take a bunch of photos. We watched them come out of the house with what looked like evidence bags. We've watched them be asked specifically about Tomas and refuse to rule him out or rule out any family members. And then suddenly one day, like magic, the sheriff says cleared. The FBI doesn't back it up. And then the next day comes out and won't say cleared again, but just says, oh, not identified as suspects. And we're all supposed to be shamed out of discussing Tomas or Annie or anybody. Like, we're supposed to take his cue that it's not nice. He keeps saying it's mean. I don't know what, I'm gleaning that the sheriff may genuinely not think that this guy did it, But I don't think we can say the FBI has ruled him out. And this seems like another example of piss poor coordination on his part.
I think it shows a lot more than that. I couldn't agree more with what Maureen and Fitz have both said. What we're seeing here is his ego driving his interactions and updates. And that's fundamentally what it is. And he's dealing with it, as you rightly say, in a personal, not a professional fashion. Until such time as Nancy has been retrieved, living or not, nobody can be discounted as a potential suspect. They could be put on hold or put on ice temporarily whilst other inquiries are searched through. But, it is his ego and his really obscure and officious and obfuscating answers, which really are baffling and embarrassing more than anything else. I think there are probably people in his own department who are just biting the table, hoping for him to shut up. And fingers crossed, someone should be stepping into his place, being a spokesperson for the sheriff's department. The sheriff himself, he's an embarrassment to his team.
It's gotten out of hand. It's just, nobody believes him now. It's adding sort of a joke element to this case, which is the last thing we need. There's a very funny guy online. I've been following him. He's actually coming on the show tomorrow. We're going to talk about this, but he's taken to calling Nancy Benet Ramsey, because it's just, there's so many aspects, of the case where it's like, okay, is she in the basement? Did you check?
That's what Livin was saying, John Benet Ramsey.
Under the bed? Did you check the closets? Because the sheriff does not instill confidence at this point. And we're not used to it. Like when the FBI handles a case, you guys know, they say very little, but they are the ultimate pros. They come out, they answer only what's asked and say nothing in excess of what they've decided before they've gotten in front of the reporters they're going to say. It's utter message discipline, Maureen. And that is not what we're seeing from this sheriff, because he seems, frankly, too emotional.
Right. And you said it great. We keep our mouth shut. And part of the reason we do is because we understand through experience how many times we've had to pivot on and off of things. There are so many different machines moving at crazy paces right now that I don't know the word I'm looking for, but reckless. It's reckless to say that everyone's cleared when you have so many things going on. Now, if there's nothing going on in the investigation, then it makes sense. There's nothing going on. We're not doing anything. But even the simple thing where we don't even know how anyone got into the house. We're saying that, on the timeline, if you look, it's 9:48 that they opened the garage and it closed 2 minutes later. Well, there's a number of different ways to open the garage, depending on your device and how it's.
Also to note, there is no sign of breaking and entering either. The back door is open, but as far as we know, there's no sign of breaking into the front door either. So how did they do it?
Configured. You can open it with a little clicker like this, which is probably what Nancy would have had in her purse, or you could open it, through the keypad that we saw the ERT team take from the side of the garage. I believe that's what they were doing. I think. Would you guys agree that we saw them remove that keypad? But the only thing, depending on how it's configured, the only thing that's really going to keep a log of that entry is going to be an app. But if you're doing it, in the old analog way, if it's configured in a way that it can do all these different entry types, you can have people coming in and out of that garage without any log being produced on your phone. So
and you're making the point because Tomas was the one who dropped Nancy off allegedly at 9:48 that night after a night with Tomas and Annie playing games at their house. And they said Nancy's garage door opened at 9:48 and closed at 9:50. But do we really know that Nancy was returned at that hour? Do we know that she walked into the house? The pacemaker and the iPhone may give us some clue. Presumably they've done phone analysis on Nancy's phone that suggests she was back at home. But we don't know that because Jim, keep going back to Annie's house and taking pictures and so on. And so it is possible that law enforcement has seen something suggesting we don't really know if Nancy Guthrie was in her own home from 9:48 forward that evening.
Bottom line, we do not know that. You are accurate. From the first day we've been together, Megan, we've been discussing this timeline, and we can't rule out some of these options. But let me throw in a mitigating factor that we haven't discussed yet.
And this guy's pretty good here, too. He just doesn't get much airtime. Or he's on the air, but he's just not talking.
Regarding the exoneration, if you will, of the family. It's very possible the family themselves had requested the sheriff to make that statement. You know, do your job for a week or so,
Oh, yeah.
2 weeks.
That's what I think
And
happened.
it could be Savannah saying, look, you got to do something here. My family
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
do this, I'm convinced. And that's under that pressure.
100%.
That's an interesting perspective. I didn't really think of that. But that could be, right? Maybe Savannah Guthrie said, you know what? I want you to clear the air, Sheriff. Tell them that we're innocent. Maybe that happened.
That's what happened.
He's an elected official. There's a lot of, no doubt Nancy had a lot of friends there. He maybe is thinking of the next election. Okay, well, without any other evidence, no evidence at this exact moment pointing directly at one of them. Sure, I'll come out and say this.
International disputes, inflation.
All right.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield and this is Drop Dead Serious, and we are at day 18 in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And lest you think...
And by the way, this video just dropped less than an hour ago.
Oh, it's slowing down. It isn't. Just a ton of stuff happened today. Some things that happened that seemed really big turned out not to be big. So I'm going to clear up what you may have heard earlier and give you the real straight dope on it. But also some stuff was revealed today that is interesting. Maybe goes back 3 weeks and clears up some early things that happened in this investigation. For starters, the big news is that now the federal authorities are indeed considering that this might be south of the border. There may be an issue south of the border, that they need to talk to the authorities in Mexico. But that is absolutely not what the sheriff said earlier. And we got a couple of examples right up to yesterday and February 5th, I think it is, where the sheriff said, no, we're not looking south of the border. I'll explain all that in a minute. Also, about the cameras. Do you remember how I reported on the 3rd of February that they're Nest cameras, that they were smashed, and that there are multiple? Well, as it turns out, there are multiple. We learned that yesterday. And now we're learning from Brian Enton that some of those cameras actually were left behind and are actually with Google. So not everything was destroyed. Not everything was taken by the perpetrator. So that's interesting. Also, the BBC got some really interesting reporting. They did an interview with the sheriff, and the sheriff basically said that early on, the family was put through the ringer by the sheriff's deputies. So my early reporting says that they had their laser focus on the brother-in-law. And as it turns out, wait until you hear how the sheriff actually characterized the kind of investigation they were doing of the family early on. Now he has...
Yeah, and this would mean to me, Ashley Banfield's source was correct. Because why would that source lie to Ashley Banfield? But instead, the sheriff had to contradict her for no good reason, apparently.
Clearly changed his tune, but that doesn't mean that early on they weren't laser focused. And we've already gone over all the reasons why, right? They towed Annie's car. They were taking pictures in the house late at night. They were in and out of the house multiple times, searching around the home, searching the neighbors, taking the mail. A lot of things happened. And now the sheriff is actually intimating that, yeah, they did. They put them through the ringer. That was his word. So I'll show you that. I'm going to play you that interview. Also, have you been wondering who the people were in the 40 photographs? You know, the 40 photographs and 40 names that were taken around. Brian Enton had this reporting out to the various gun shops around the Tucson area to show the people who work there pictures and names. Can you run this through your system? Have you seen this guy? The sheriff said to Jonathan Hunt of Fox News, that's a lie. That didn't happen. Well, it did happen because multiple gun shops actually were interviewed and said it did happen, that the feds were there and showed them the names and the picture. Well, now we know who the names were and how they got to the names. At least we have reporting on that. I'm going to tell you all of that coming up in this episode. Please hit subscribe if you haven't already. It does me a huge solid.
Yeah, go check out Ashley Banfield's channel. Make sure you're subscribed to her. Make sure you like this video. Likes are free. And make sure you're subscribed to my channel too. I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And I use my unique perspective with my experience on mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse. And I apply it to true crime cases. And I apply it to current events. And there's an awesome flock of black sheep in here too. So a lot of people say other places they've never gotten along, they've never fit in, but here they do. And I'm grateful for everyone that's here.
As an independent journalist now, and plus it's nice to hear the little bell ding. I don't think there's a bell, but it's really easy and it's cheap and it's free and it doesn't hurt, and it just is really nice. A quick word from one of my sponsors, Toops. I want to talk about what's really in your makeup, because a lot of us spend a lot of time worrying about what we eat and drink. Here, Libby Dean from News Nation, who's a great reporter in Washington, as well as TMZ.
Got a super chat from Mike. Thank you very much, Mike. Wait until day 18 to ask MX about this joke. Who's MX? Megyn Kelly or someone else? But thank you, Mike.
And Michael Ruiz from Fox News. So there's 3 different reporters engaged their law enforcement sources. All of them had law enforcement sources that confirmed that they are, in fact, looking south of the border now, engaging with the Mexican authorities in an effort to find Nancy Guthrie. Find her, find who took her.
So he meant Mexico. Okay, I get it now.
You know, yeah, good idea. Great idea. Nancy Guthrie's home is only an hour and a half from the border. Okay, we can put the map up. News Nation had this great map, and it showed that she's just one straight shot down an interstate, hour and a half, 75 miles. Connell McShane had an expert on his show. I'm going to go into some of the other stuff that this guy said. He was really smart, but he said 75 miles. And they put up this map. Look how close that is. Why would this not have been in consideration early on? Because the sheriff in this case has said multiple times, including on February 5th, let's run that soundbite. When he was asked in a news conference, one of the last news conferences we had weeks ago, are they considering the possibility that they might be, that Nancy might be in Mexico, are they engaging with the Mexican authorities? So let's run that.
This being a border state, have you guys had any communication with Mexican authorities?
I have not. I work closely with the Mexican consulate, as other consulates, being the sheriff, but no, I've not.
Okay, so February 5th, the sheriff is saying, no, that's not something that they're doing. So Fox News Channel, Michael Ruiz reports this, tweeted this out. A federal law enforcement official confirms the FBI has contacted Mexican authorities in connection with the Nancy Guthrie case. In fact, that's what Libby Dean, TMZ, and Michael Ruiz at Fox News Channel all reporting, that their sources are saying that the Mexican authorities have in fact been contacted by federal law enforcement. And all of this comes just after the sheriff in the case says that the investigation hasn't developed any firm evidence that she's been taken across the border. Even yesterday in Jonathan Hunt's interview, Jonathan Hunt is a Fox News reporter who's on location in Tucson, who interviewed the sheriff. And in the interview, police haven't seen evidence that Nancy Guthrie's abductors took her south of the border. Sheriff Nanos tells Fox News' Jonathan Hunt, quote, "We have nothing to indicate that." This is just yesterday. Just yesterday, the sheriff says we have nothing to indicate that. However, everybody's sources, including Fox News, News Nation, TMZ, and I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of them, all have it on authority that their federal sources say they are engaging with the federal authorities. Matt Finn, Fox News. The guidance I got on the FBI talking with Mexico in relation to Nancy Guthrie is that it is standard for the FBI to communicate with Mexico on cases like this, and that the FBI has likely been in touch with Mexican counterparts for a while, if not from the start of the.
There's a pretty cool pic there of the Mexico border. And it would make perfect sense for me for them to be talking to them this entire time, just maybe not telling us until now.
The FBI's involvement in this case. That would be Monday, Feb 2, right? Mrs. Guthrie is reported missing on Sunday, Feb 1. The FBI showed up on Monday, Feb 2. So if it would be standard that the FBI would be doing this, that the federal authorities would be doing this, are they just not talking to the sheriff? The sheriff has said since Feb 5 in a news conference and just yesterday to Jonathan Hunt, we have nothing to indicate that. Okay, Connell McShane today on News Nation on his show, again, has this great graphic showing how close, Nancy Guthrie's home is to the border. And then he had a really good guest named Chip Massey. He's a retired FBI hostage negotiator who had a lot of wisdom about the way this works when it comes to dealing with the federal authorities. He said, the FBI has a legal attaché in Mexico. We work with them all the time. Right? Has a very strong relationship with authorities in Mexico City, local and federal authorities in Mexico. He also says this does not look like a cartel thing to me. This is Chip Massey, right? He says they don't want this kind of attention. This is a low dollar value for them. And to authenticate ransom seekers, ransom demands, he said the FBI looks for consistency and patterns, but that there's not a lot of that in the ransom demands, the alleged ransom demands that have been coming, fast and furious in this case. And specifically the one that TMZ got today, which I will get to in a moment, also does not fit this pattern. And yes, TMZ got what I think this is about 5 or 6 now, overtures from people who want money. Brian Enton also has a source on the.
I'm thinking all those ransom notes to TMZ are basically fraud. I don't even know if any of them are legit, honestly. I think they could all be just opportunistic exploiters.
Ground that tells him this does not look like a cartel job. All of this coming on the same day that everybody's getting reporting that the feds are engaging with Mexico and the Mexican authorities. Okay, to that end, the sheriff gave an interview to the BBC. Again, gave a lot of interviews, all 10 minutes apiece, but the BBC got something really interesting, a couple of really interesting pieces from the sheriff. Number one is that the sheriff believes, in his words, that Nancy is local. I think she's somewhere here in our community. Locally, the reporter says, yeah, why? I just do. I don't know why. I don't have the evidence for that. I just do. That's what the sheriff said. And then he went on to say something very interesting to the BBC reporter when the reporter said, well, how did you rule out the family? What was it that you went through to rule out the family? And the way the sheriff answered him was very insightful as to what was going on early on in the investigation. Remember, my reports said that early on, very trusted source said they had zeroed in. That department, the sheriff's department, had zeroed in on the brother-in-law as someone they said could be the prime suspect now, maybe the prime suspect now. Well, the way that the sheriff answered this reporter with the BBC suggests that they may very well have thought that. Listen to how the sheriff answered the question.
You basically cleared, as it were, Savannah Guthrie and her siblings from suspicion. What led to that? Was it the fact that you had investigated them and then found them to be innocent, or was it as a result of the sort of pressure that we've seen from the media?
All cases have a progression, right? A starting point. And typically in something like this, you're going to start with who or what? The scene and who last saw her. And that was family. But you naturally go through that. There's a delicacy there that you've got to understand that you're dealing with some victims here as well. That's her mom, right? That's their mom. So we really put them through the ringer. We not just interview them, we take their cars, we take their houses, we take their phones, all this stuff. And we're not taking it, they're giving it to us voluntarily. They have been 100% cooperative with us through everything we've asked. They are victims. They are not suspects.
And was this a targeted kidnapping?
I believe that. But the evidence and the case as it unfolds will prove that or prove something else. But yes, I believe it was.
And how long do you think it will take to catch this man or
I've
men?
been doing this for 50 years. I could sit here and tell you, boy, we'll never solve this case. And then the next day we solve it. Here's one that I go, man, I wish we could solve it in the next 10 minutes. It may be the next 10 days, the next 10 months, or worse.
Where do you think Nancy Guthrie is?
I think she's somewhere here in our community.
Locally?
Yeah.
What makes you think that?
I just do. I don't know why. I don't have any evidence to prove that. But I just believe that she's somewhere here locally.
Look at.
And again, if you're the sheriff, though, are you really the person to be given kind of vibe check good feelings like that? I don't know. You kind of want more cut and dry answers from the sheriff, right? You don't want him to say things like that unless they have evidence of it.
Everybody has the right in an investigation to change their minds and to follow the evidence where it leads. And they should. I have said it since the beginning. I have screamed it since the beginning. That was the reporting early on. It wasn't some theory that I floated. I saw USA Today wrote that the other day, that I floated a theory. No, this is a trusted law enforcement source who said that was the focus. It does beg the question, were they tunnel vision? Were they only looking there? And did that cost us valuable time in this investigation looking elsewhere? Because all of a sudden, a week plus later, this guy shows up on a ring cam that the feds were able to extract from the Google data, right? It is an interesting topic for discussion, and it's a fair topic for discussion because sometimes that can happen. Sometimes you can be so focused. And one of my guests previously said that it's confirmation bias. And then you just get all your evidence to confirm what you think instead of widening the aperture. But I am fascinated to see that the sheriff is admitting that they put the family through the ringer early on, admitting towed the car, admitting seized the house, admitting seized the phones. We hadn't heard that before, seized the phones. Very interesting. The sheriff is just sort of letting these dribs and drabs out, where before he would just say, I'm not confirming that. I'm not confirming that. I wonder when we're going to hear that maybe the Nest camera was smashed, because that's something that my source also reported to me, that the Nest cameras, plural, were smashed. And Michael Ruiz from Fox said that he saw shards of glass below the doorbell cam. Okay. One other thing that the sheriff said to Brian Enton that really stands out, we gave them the other cameras. We gave them the other cameras, meaning we gave the other cameras, so we're plural, to Google to try to extract more information. He said to Brian Enton, unfortunately, they couldn't, we don't have it yet. I don't know that the FBI has applied whatever they were doing, the scratching, it's called video scratching. Think of it as, this is the way it was described, an onion, when you scratch each layer off the onion to try to get to the layers below. That's what they described what the FBI was doing in scratching those databases. I don't know if they've come up empty with those other cameras from inside the house. Fascinating. Some maybe from outside the house. He's not very specific. He did say inside the house at one point, but he said plural. And it means those cameras weren't taken by the perpetrator. Because if the sheriff was able to give them to Google, that guy didn't take them when he made off with the other cameras that were missing, right? So that's very, very interesting in this investigation. You may have heard some reporting today about polygraph tests, and it looked really big. The early reporting was that polygraphs were used to clear people in the case. Brian Enton said, I've learned that polygraphs have been performed to clear people in the Nancy Guthrie case. And then Fox News' Jonathan Hunt said polygraph testing is being conducted today at the Pima County Sheriff's Department. It is unclear who's being tested or whether the activity is connected to the suspected abduction of Nancy Guthrie at this time, more as we get it. And then Matt Finn got an update later on, took a lot to sort of extract all this information from the authorities, and he posts this on X. Sheriff Nanos tells me the polygraphs today are for new hires. Well, that would mean absolutely not the Guthrie case, but, there's been a lot of communication gaps, I would say, being generous. And so who knows if it's possible both things are true, that some people were cleared through polygraphs and that today polygraphs are being conducted on new hires. But that's the reporting. I just wanted to give it to you as it came out today. TMZ's other letter. I mean, I'm losing count, right? But boy, this was different. Harvey Levin said this was very sophisticated in its request. It was different from the other letters. It had a different address, different wallet, and very graphic consequences of what would happen if the money wasn't paid. But as for the money, this time, not using Bitcoin, not asking for Bitcoin, instead asking for $6 million of a different kind of cryptocurrency. How about that? Doesn't sound very legit to me. What are we? Oh yeah, day 18. So that's that. And then at the same time, the FBI said to TMZ, do us a solid. And Harvey did. Please tell all of your viewers, which Harvey did, anybody trying to exploit this family and this crime to seek ransom is, quote, going to spend a long time in federal prison. So there are parallel investigations going on here, right? They're investigating who the sons of bitches are that have been sending these ransom letters and tormenting this family, right? They already caught one guy allegedly who reached out to some family members, and he's already facing federal charges, and he's made a first appearance. But just wait for it, because you may see others who will be hauled in on the dragnet. And I can't wait for that rogues gallery. I can't wait for that perp walk to show who these people are, and I really hope they can get to the bottom of it. How about the 40 names and 40 photos? If you were like me, you're probably wondering, who are they? Who are they? If you missed yesterday's episode, go check it out. But also, the feds have been going around to various gun shops around Tucson with a big stack of names and photos and showing the folks who work in the gun shop or own the gun shops, have you seen these people? Do you recognize these names? Check your system. And some of them have. Well, looking, don't have it. And so the the various, journalists who are down on location actually interviewed some of these gun shop workers / owners who said that, yes, this happened. The FBI came here and asked us these questions and had these stats.
I'm still curious how they came up with the 40 to 60, though. Do you think it's from a sketch, the sketch from the person that saw the Nest Cam footage, and then they made a sketch of what they thought that person looked like? And did they compare that with things? Or else, where are these 40 to 60 people coming from? We just don't know.
Acts of photos and names, right? Then the sheriff said, that's not true. That didn't happen. Told Jonathan Hunt in his interview, that's not true. It is true. I mean, we saw it. We saw it. Which also makes me wonder, did the sheriff just not know, right? Did he just not know that the feds are doing that? Maybe the feds aren't sharing all their information with the sheriff, because he says things that get kind of misconstrued and then he backtracks. So maybe they're just not. But it is true. And Jonathan Hunt.
So I'm not sure of this, but someone in the chat said that it could be the holster. People that bought that holster, maybe. That's not confirmed, but just what someone said.
You asked the right question. So what we learned from TMZ today, from their federal source, is that they created the list of people who had purchased the gun holster. How about that? That gun holster.
What do you know? Ashley Banfield said it.
I think Michael Ruiz might have been the first person to report that it's available for $10 at Walmart. You know, that real crap ass gun holster that the perpetrator was holding right over his business, right in the middle. Some people call it a Mexican carry. I'm not sure that's exactly what a Mexican carry is, but he had the wrong gun for that holster. It's a revolver holster with a semi-automatic inside. But the holster apparently was part of the clue here as to how they compiled some of these names. Some or all, I don't know, but that's TMZ's reporting from their source. Also, TMZ had some interesting reporting. This is what I assumed, because it just stands to reason that everything you saw on that video, the guy's jacket, the guy's backpack, that balaclava. I keep going to the balaclava. Who buys a ski mask in Arizona? Not many. But the balaclava, the jacket, the backpack, everything you see, the pants, the shoes, all of it. TMZ reports there's an FBI team that is assigned to just those products that you're seeing in the video, reaching out to Walmart, other retailers, and trying to find out if maybe they've got cluster purchases. I've been talking about cluster purchases because a lot of dumb people who commit crimes buy all their stuff in one fell swoop. Brian Walsh went and bought all the cleanup to clean up the, hatchet job he did in his own basement to his wife, Anna Walsh. He went and he had a giant push cart. I saw the photo, by the way. He had a giant push cart of all the products to clean up his crime.
So I guess if you were a smart criminal, you would buy everything like on Amazon from different platforms from all four corners of the US or something, right? That's probably what you would do.
From what? Home Depot, just an idiot. But you know what? There's a reason we call them dumb as criminals. Sometimes they just do that. And hopefully we'll get lucky here that this perpetrator did a cluster purchase, bought the balaclava at the same time as the backpack, at the same time as the gun holster, at the same time as the jacket, maybe the pants. Who knows? But they've got an entire team, according to TMZ, assigned to do just that. Run down those leads, run down those purchases. And here's the quote. The law enforcement source told TMZ, quote, "We are shaking the trees looking for clues. We are shaking the trees looking for clues." I like that language. Real gumshoe stuff. Okay, Michael Ruiz posted something earlier today. Lots of people have been talking about it. It was a real holy Dinah moment. It's going to be mitigated in a hot minute, but let me just tell you how the reporting sort of came out today. So Michael Ruiz from Fox Digital posted on X, somebody searched for Nancy Guthrie's address and her famous daughter's salary before the Today host's mother vanished. Jesus, that's big. Google data shows this, he says.
And that's something people don't think about too, right? But your every Google search, every AI search, that is all traceable and people can find it.
He's talking about Google Trends that shows like searching patterns, who searches for what when. He goes on to say it is not clear that the searches are connected to one another or to her suspected abduction. So he's very clear that, look, I'm seeing what I'm seeing, but I don't know that it's connected. But the time of one of the searches, January 11th, remember that date? Michael Ruiz says it aligns with the time frame that was specified in a Ring app post from a neighbor calling on locals to turn in video taken that evening between 9 p.m. and midnight. Remember, we were all wondering, why January 11th? What would that have been? And then everything changed, right? They changed and said, no, January 1st all the way to, Feb 1.
So OC girl, your thinking works until the people that are in charge are corrupt. Then that kind of thinking doesn't work anymore. So just fill in the blank, right? Imagine back during the Holocaust or something. They told everyone, oh, you should just show who you are. Only people who have something to hide should be hiding. But meanwhile, little did they know, there's a lot of people that they were going to be looking for that before they didn't have anything to hide. But then based on what the corrupt government was doing, oh, now all of a sudden, if you're Jewish, you want to hide. If you're gay, you got to hide. Or for fill in the blank with all sorts of things, you have to hide. So again, that argument hinges on the fact that we're not in a corrupt world.
But January 11th, the timing of one of the searches. So now I went to the website and I read the full Fox News report. It said Google Trends records show there was one search for Guthrie's address in the Catalina foothills between June 21st and the 28th, 2025. It's a year ago, right? By somebody in Arizona. The address was searched again once on January 11th, 2026. The January 11th date also surfaced in a message on the RingCam app, posted on Feb 12th, asking neighbors to share a video between 9 and midnight, as well as on January 31st. So this is something else they report on the Fox website. There were also two separate Google image searches for Nancy's address in Arizona. One was sometime between March 1st and 8th, 2025, and another between November 30th and December 1st, 2025, specifically looking for images or a map of the home. In addition to the address, in the days leading up to Nancy's disappearance, Savannah Guthrie's salary, that's in quotes, Savannah Guthrie's salary was searched from Tucson sometime between December 13th and 20th, 2025. So I just about fell over backwards thinking, oh my God. I mean, that just sounds so incredibly telling in this investigation. Can't we find the IP address of who did that? But then News Nation reached out to Google to try to get, flesh this out a little bit and say, hey, what do you know about this? And Google had some really interesting things to say. It's a little complicated. So I am going to read their words exactly. So follow along. Okay, Google said, we're actively trying to get corrections in the Fox piece as there are some fundamental misunderstandings and inaccuracies in what was reported. Key facts for you to know. Again, this is Google to News Nation.
Google to News Nation. This is interesting. Let's see what they have to say about it.
Google Trends does not, underlined in bold, show actual volume of queries. So the suggestion that an individual person did a given search is not something you can claim via the Google Trends tool. That's interesting. Then underlined, very important, they say. For queries with very low or even no search volume at all, Google Trends charts will show statistical noise as a privacy protection measure. Because of this, Google Trends charts are not, bold and underlined, definitive evidence of a specific search having occurred. And then they say, if you're still planning to publish something, we can provide a statement, but would encourage you to scrutinize the claims given this information about how Trends works. So that's super interesting because it sort of tamps down the shock value of that report. But I think also I would only assume that the FBI would have gone in and looked, right? If you see anything like that, you would have taken a really close look. And maybe with this reporting, if they haven't already, they will. All right. Something else changed today for those of you who are motivated by money. And I know that 99.99999% of you watching right now, this is not something that you're going to be able to do. I don't think you're going to know the information, but the reward for information about Nancy Guthrie's disappearance has just gone up again. And there's a little bit of confusion as to who's giving what money and how much is it, because the Pima County Sheriff announced that there's an anonymous donation of $100,000 given in addition to the FBI's $100,000. But then in Matt Finn's post, it said the reward for Nancy Guthrie has been increased to $202,500. So there's this extra $2,500 that's making everybody a little confused. Because if it's $100,000 from the FBI and it's $100,000 from that very nice lawyer who works, in Crime Stopping, where's the $2,500? Does that mean that it's now $300,000 because it's $202,500 with Pima County Sheriff's announcement and then the additional 100? No. So here's how it works. And Mary Coleman from KOLD helped us to sort of piece this all together. For those asking, 88 Crime, that's an organization, 88 Crime, keeps all their donors anonymous, which is why they're calling the recent donor that. But he did come forward himself. It's Michael Huppy or Hoopy. I don't know how. It's Hupy. And he's that Milwaukee lawyer who we reported yesterday was offering the $100,000 in addition to the FBI's $100,000. But Ashley, what about that $2,500? I think it's because 88 Crime may have already had $2,500 in their coffers, and he's added the $100,000 to it. So that's why. So basically, that's the total now that's being offered between the FBI's reward of $100,000 and 88 Crime's reward of $102,500. It is a total of $202,500 reward. 1-800-CALL-FBI. If you're one of those people who may know something, if you recognize that.
I mean, anyone who knows something, don't you think they would have came forward by now? I would think so. But please remember to like the video. Likes are free, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
Guy, if you recognize his shape, his bend, the way he walks, anything about him, if you recognize those clothes, that balaclava, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Even if you don't want the money, who doesn't want it? But 1-800-CALL-FBI. So there's a little bit more information from Pima County Sheriff. Again, it usually comes out in statements and then, these select interviews, no news conferences. And here it is. Pima County Sheriff's Department has received various requests for confirmation of various topics, including working with Mexican authorities, utilizing polygraph tests, specific video surveillance requests, financial analysis, etc. Pima County Sheriff's Department is not confirming or releasing any details regarding those topics at this time. So yesterday, the Pima Sheriff was saying to Jonathan Hunt about the search, south of the border. Nope, not doing that. And then today, no comment. So maybe now he's aware of the overtures to the Mexican authorities by the federal government. What he didn't say is additional information is going to be withheld about those searches in the gun stores, taking the 40 names and 40 photos. That's not in here. Just topics including working with Mexican authorities, using polygraph tests, video surveillance, and financial.
Okay, to be clear, The Pima County Sheriff said 2,500 first, but then very quickly after that, the FBI said 50,000. That's where I'm getting the 50,000 number from.
Analysis. Okay. So about SWAT activity. Big activity today. More SWAT going out. Oh my God. Is this another one of these raids? We've already had 2. The Pima County Sheriff actually tweeted about that. We do not share where our teams are dispatched to for officer safety. There was a call this afternoon, Pima Sheriff says, that is not related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. So if you got all excited about that, it was not related. But this was really interesting. The sheriff said to Brian Enton in his interview that the number of leads that have come in to the sheriff and the FBI is now closer to 40 to 50,000 combined. Wow. 40 to 50,000 leads combined. Given all that, really interesting tweet from Matt Finn today. He says, and it's kind of like a reminder. I actually really liked it because he kind of started off the day and it made me think, okay, that's a palate cleanser. Let's move forward and find out what today is going to yield.
And there's the thing, we haven't talked about that recently, but the Sheriff Nanos, he can always turn over the investigation to the FBI. There's no rule that he can't do that. I think what's part of what's going on here is the sheriff likes this attention on him, is what I think. I mean, all reports point to him being a little egotistical, maybe narcissistic, right? And so he likes this attention. But he could turn it over to the FBI, and then the FBI would be the ones doing these press conferences, but instead they're not. Or maybe you could even see a joint press conference, but you don't see that either.
He said, weeks into the Nancy Guthrie case, and the public has not been asked to look out for any type of car. Reminder, Tucson says it does not have traffic cameras that record. Pima County says it does have cameras, but they're not always crystal clear. Of course, look at Nancy's Nest Cam. If feds want video of a car, they may just find it. But in general, no description of any car in this day and age with cameras everywhere seems remarkable. If you missed one of my episodes earlier, I did go into why cameras around the Tucson area may not have recorded a vehicle coming in and out of that neighborhood. And it's because it's to monitor traffic flow. And monitoring traffic flow basically means, change the lights quicker if there's not a lot of traffic, but not recording it. That a lot of those cameras aren't for recording. It's very frustrating to hear, right? Because Matt's right. In this day and age, how on earth is this possible, right? Okay, something else that I want you to know about from Arizona Family. I've done a lot of checking on there because they're doing some really good reporting. Arizona Family, again, is the branded name for a media company that incorporates 2 TV stations in the Phoenix area. And one of their reporters, Brianna Whitney, has had a lot of good reporting. And she put out a report from the attorney for the man who was detained Friday night last week. Remember, the house was raided, and then nearby a guy was grabbed and detained, and there was a silver Range Rover. Still don't know what the heck happened to that. Yeah, they were like putting up the privacy screens to open the back.
This is true. We still don't know what it was. Megan and Maureen were speculating on it yesterday. And Jennifer Koffendorfer was speculating it with Joe Pags.
Hatch, and then towed it off on a flatbed. Still don't know what happened with that. But that guy's lawyer put out a statement. And because there's been a lot of people like shredding the guy who was detained. I don't know why his lawyer put his name out, but I'm just going to call him. Just in from the attorney for the man detained Friday night. His law firm can confirm that he was the subject of 2 search warrants issued and served on February 13th, 2026. He and his mother were both detained by law enforcement while the search warrants were being executed. Neither this man nor his mother were arrested in connection to this case or any other. He has no link whatsoever to Nancy Guthrie and has no information related to her kidnapping. Like the entire Tucson community, both he and his mother are hopeful that Nancy will be returned to her family unharmed. So that's the lawyer for that man.
So the lawyer for who, I will not say the name again, but other channels were speculating, oh, that's definitely the person with the mask. Well, they might be jumping the gun on that one, but I think, again, There was the mother and the son, but the people everyone think it was, I think, is the person in the Range Rover.
Finally coming forward and saying, stop. But, you know, what's interesting is that Brian Enton reported that his sources say there's still some meat on the bones and that the investigation continues in that particular Friday night raid of last week. It was 13th, remember, Feb 13th, the night before Valentine's Day. We were all up till 4 a.m. watching this all happen. They brought out like an army to raid this house and then, you know, detain this guy. We still don't know the information that came from that silver Range Rover. So there's still some kind of investigative work that's going on there, but this lawyer is pretty definitive, like back the F off. Okay, and then this is a good way to kind of bring it to a close. Matt Finn said that Fox has been told by some of the federal sources and by Sheriff Nanos himself that the FBI and the Sheriff's Department are getting along fine. I was told this again today. So different sources are saying different things to different people. Some federal sources are saying that, you know, yeah, he's delayed us. He didn't invite us into the fold early enough. And we don't know who's running the show. Some of the folks working on the investigation say, we don't know if the bosses are the FBI or the sheriff.
So you know what we're noticing? The longer that the suspects don't get caught, the longer they don't find Nancy, the more people start turning on one another. I've seen people start turning on Savannah. People turn on each other, FBI versus law enforcement. And it could just be the media speculating it. We don't know. There's so many conflicting reports. And just imagine, since last Friday, how much things have changed since last Friday. We went from thinking, oh my goodness, they found something here, to no, it's never felt more cold. Like, think about that for a second. I was almost convinced that night there was going to be something. At first, I was skeptical, and I was like, I don't know. They don't seem to have the right energy here, the buzz. But the more they stayed there and the more vehicles came, I was like, wow, maybe this is something. And then it turned into nothing. So, I don't know.
Sheriff's Department. And then the sheriff sort of threw cold water on a lot of that, saying, look, we work real well together. They were brought in the next day. It wasn't a delay, etc. And here's Matt to say that his sources, federal sources, saying that, you know what, it's going okay. I said that there's some truth to it all, and then it's not the overall truth. I think there's some sniping, but that generally speaking, I think they probably do work well together. I just personally think that it's possible that the feds haven't been telling the sheriff everything. We know for a fact they didn't tell him that they were going to get a statement on camera directly to the alleged ransom seekers, that very first statement, because the sheriff said, I found out from my wife. So we know that. And then this other business of going to the gun shops, federal authorities going to the gun shops with photos and names and asking the proprietors there, have you seen these people? The sheriff said, that's a lie. It didn't happen. Well, it did. And so maybe that's, again, something that the feds didn't share with the sheriff. Whatever's happening, know this. Everybody's working really hard. Everybody has the same goal. We want to find Nancy. We want to find Nancy. Please, God, find Nancy alive, right? Everybody's doing that. The guys on the force, whether they're experienced or not, all have the same mission, and they're all working really hard. Might they have made big mistakes in the beginning? Might they be making some mistakes now? Sure, why not? Might one of the biggest mistakes have been that they focused on the family member right away, maybe to the exclusion of all these other things that we're now seeing in 3 weeks? I don't know, but I'm starting to see that some of my reporting is bearing out as to what my source told me, and that was where the sheriff's focus was early on. We'll see if that continues. They certainly have changed their tune, clearing the family, clearing the siblings.
And again, Ashley's source could be very correct. That was exactly what they were doing before, and maybe they've changed their mind since. That can also be true, right? That doesn't mean Ashley's source was wrong. It means that the source was correct at the time.
Clearing the spouses. FBI not necessarily doing that. We haven't gotten any statements from them that's in accordance with that. But look, it's an investigation. It moves, it wiggles, it changes, it's dynamic, and it should. I've always said that from the beginning. The evidence should dictate your direction, and you should keep an open mind. Everybody in law enforcement learns that. Again, do they make mistakes along the way? Maybe, sure, yeah. In this case, We'll see. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Thank you for watching. I so appreciate you here. Please don't forget, do me a solid, hit that subscribe button, and I will see you again with the next update.
All right. By the way, someone needs to tell me how many likes we have here. Like the video if you're still wandering in here, and remember to subscribe to the channel. Got to try to get to 1,000 likes. I don't know how close we are.
Voted a no confidence vote against him.
Did you know the sheriff leading the Nancy Guthrie investigation is in serious trouble? I'm talking about in his own department. 98.2% no confidence vote from his own deputies and reports of an FBI investigation into his department. Lieutenant Randy Sutton is here to break down what the chaos means for the Guthrie case. You cannot have a department in revolt while a woman is missing. You need these facts. What can you tell me about the investigative?
So I'm in desperate need. I just learned there's only 653 likes. I gotta try to get to 1,000 likes before we end the stream. So please like the video. Also, super chats are also helpful. That's the best way to get questions answered. And memberships are a great way to support the channel. I'm live here every night, and I use all my experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse to give my unique perspective on true crime and current events. And there's a great flock of black sheep here too.
Prowess or lack thereof of Sheriff Chris Nanos.
Well, okay, so you're talking about a law enforcement leader who does not have the confidence of his police department. Let me start there. He actually had a 98.2% of the department voted a no confidence vote against him.
Oh, that's breaking news. I had no idea. For those who don't know, you can do that. We had a question here at San Antonio about the police chief not too long ago. The no confidence vote didn't go through. 98% said no confidence in the sheriff. I didn't know that. Why didn't we know that?
Yep. Well, you probably didn't know that he was under FBI investigation a few years ago either, did you?
No clue. No.
Himself.
So Sheriff Nanos was under FBI investigation a few years ago, and the confidence of him amongst his police force is very low. Now, how can that happen? Well, if the sheriff is a elected upon position, the same skills that get you elected are definitely not always the same skills that make you a good sheriff. And you can say that for any political office too, by the way. The skills that help you get elected are not the same skills that you need to actually do the job. So that's a little bit of a disconnect in the democracy system.
That agency has had troubled leadership for a while under him. And one of his deputy chiefs there was a FBI investigation, a RICO investigation, a bunch of money turned up missing.
Wow.
And during the investigation, his deputy chief committed suicide.
Oh my goodness.
And
I have no idea.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of issues involving him. Let's talk about this case, because I've been down in Tucson. I was there for 9 days covering this for other channels, right?
Right.
And of course, I've been a cop for 34 years.
Yeah.
I know what leadership is supposed to be. And watching Nanos doing the initial press conferences was just I was dumbfounded. His performance was dismal. He said things he shouldn't have said. Then later on, he walked some of those things back. Then they cleared the scene. First of all, they treated it like a search and rescue case at the beginning, when there was clearly evidence of a crime scene, which they later said, yeah, this is a crime scene. Well, why would you release a crime scene of a kidnapping, which is how it was first viewed?
Right.
Why would you? It's leadership is everything. Now, they have very talented police officers there who are hardworking, the deputies. Now, let's set the scene here. So, Pima County is a massive county. It's huge.
Right.
And Tucson lies within Pima County. But Tucson has its own police department. And Tucson, it's a rough town. Last year, they investigated about 50 murders.
Oh, wow.
Now, Pima County is not, they had about 5
Okay.
Now, why is that significant to what I'm going to be bringing up to you?
Don't know.
In addition to his poor leadership and the reasons for it, this sheriff got in some type of pissing contest with the investigators, with his detectives in the homicide bureau. This goes back a few months, and so he basically reassigned all the experienced investigators to punishment details like patrol or wherever he sent them, thereby putting very inexperienced detectives into the homicide bureau. Now, of all things where you want your best, most experienced people, it's in homicide,
right?
Because especially in an agency that only investigates 5 homicides a year, it takes experience in order to become a competent homicide investigator. It takes world experience to do it. One of the detectives, it's my understanding, has never investigated a homicide. So you have inexperienced homicide guys. Thank goodness.
So this guy seems to be corroborating the second guy that Brian interviewed, not former Undersheriff Rick Castiger, but the other guy. He was saying the same thing. He was on midnights to be able to see his family, but then Sheriff Nanos pushed him over to day shift, which was a punishment. And that's exactly what Lieutenant Randy Sutton here is saying too. This is what he did to the people. So now they have inexperienced homicide detectives on the scene, which is honestly, that's unacceptable. I mean, if you're doing something as a punitive measure, just because, not what's best for the community, just because it's best for your ego, that's unacceptable.
That the FBI stepped up in such a big way that it did, but once again, it's a dismal showing of leadership, which affects the investigative process and the prowess of these detectives. You can't blame them.
Right.
They don't have the experience.
Well, let me ask you this question. It's Lieutenant Randy Sutton, retired. Go and follow his great organization, the woundedblue.org. Because of how it was handled early on, again, you've already mentioned this, it was clearly a crime scene. You've got blood drops at the front door.
And this is Joe Pags. Everyone should check out his channel, subscribe to him. He's got the radio voice or baseball announcer voice.
Yet the front door camera was destroyed or taken, and then you find somebody who's a stranger's DNA inside the house. Why would you ever think that was a search and rescue? Why would you not look at this as a crime scene from moment one? I don't have blood drops on my front doorway. Neither do you. Isn't that, I mean, any cop, like Cop 101 is, hey, there's blood on the front door. Maybe we should tape this off and not untape it till we find out where the blood came from.
You would think so. Yeah. And that isn't the way that this went down. Now, remember that in one of his dismal press conferences, Nanos said that there was no camera footage available, and he fully believed that. Well, if it weren't for the FBI coming in, who has incredible forensic abilities and digital capabilities, working with Google, they recovered the most key piece of evidence in this entire investigation, and that, of course, is the video of that monster, on the front area of the home.
Right.
So once again, the sheriff looked like an idiot because he made that statement, but now he won't even do a press conference because
he's doing these individual sit downs, Randy. This is very strange to me. He's taking individual reporters and he's spending his entire day talking about the same thing to individual reporters, and it comes off like he's trying to save his own reputation. I'm with you. Go and stand behind the podium. Go and stand at a microphone.
So we're going to pause this for a minute. We're at 6:45. I think it's ABC 15 Arizona.
It's been a week now since Carlos Palazuelos was detained for hours in Rio Rico, questioned in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. He was eventually released, but says he still has not gotten back his phone or driver's license from investigators.
No word from the police, no nothing.
The hope is Carlos can get his...
So this guy is Carlos. This is one of the first people that was detained and questioned, but then released. And this was before the Range Rover night, by the way.
belongings later this week. On Wednesday, we asked the sheriff if Carlos and other folks detained and released in this investigation had been cleared.
Well, I think in my mind, we've cleared them to a point where we feel
And B, this is what you were asking for.
like, okay, we've talked with them. We've done some checking on what they were reporting as maybe an alibi or whatever. We validated some information. There's still some evidence that we need to process because we did do search warrants at those homes. But yes, if detectives weren't satisfied, they wouldn't have been released.
Carlos says his car was stopped around 4 p.m. He wasn't released until after midnight. Did it feel like that long when you were sitting there?
That felt longer. Yeah, and then being handcuffed with your hands behind your back when supposedly you're just detained. And my shoulders were hurting. And I don't know, it was a bad experience.
He tells me the bad experience has continued, with strangers visiting their family home and bothering him and his children.
It's been hectic. Like, I can't even go out. I can't dash for my wife because people taking pictures of us or following us.
It's obvious that they had the wrong guy. It's obvious that they messed up. And they need to actually say.
And honestly, that does suck for that guy, for him to be getting followed and having people take pictures of him. And that sucks, right? No one wants to be in that position, especially when you're innocent.
The obvious, though. They need to repair the damage they've caused.
Palazuelos has retained Phoenix attorney Jesse Showalter to represent him.
They need to clear Carlos because right now he and his family are going through a nightmare where they look out the window and there are suspicious cars driving past their home. They don't know what's next.
And while he sat in the back of a squad car last week, Carlos says he didn't know his name was already spreading like wildfire online. Will your life ever be the same?
I don't know. At this point, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know if it'll be the same.
As for that detainment in Tucson on Friday night, we can now confirm that it was Luke Daly and his mother who were the folks detained. I spoke with Luke's attorney earlier today. He says that Luke has no ties whatsoever to Nancy Guthrie. It says they're cooperating and they have nothing to do with Nancy's disappearance. In Tucson, Fort Hatchet, ABC 15, Arizona.
All right.
Welcome back to Fox 10 Talks. I'm Brian Webb and Trenton Hooker.
I guess that was it.
It's been a week now since.
It's only 2 minutes. No, sits down. Yeah, I guess that was it.
Microphone, take questions from the media, do one session every day at noon or 3 o'clock or whatever it is, get us an update, and then go do the work. It doesn't look like he's even doing the work. He's playing damage control.
And this goes right along with his type of leadership, right? I think he was punishing the media for the dismal showing that he did, and he was so roundly criticized so many times in so many ways. He just said, in fact, he went radio silent for like 4 days. You didn't hear anything from him.
Nothing.
So
I think he went to a basketball game in there too at some point.
Yeah.
So I mean, listen. Yeah. Obviously, he screwed up from the beginning. So how did it work about the connection with the FBI? Because I'm getting all sorts of mixed reaction. Did Nanos end up calling them in? Did the FBI say, "Hey, we heard about this because it's Savannah Guthrie's mother. Can we help you?" How did that connection happen? And it sounds like you've got your ears to the ground there from the frontline troops in the sheriff's office. Is it true that Nanos was not cooperating with the FBI early on?
Yeah, he hesitated in calling them in. He should.
We'll say, somehow I didn't get the right one. There must be two of the same video. See, why is it 2 minutes here? But on my phone, it says it's 12 minutes. I don't get it. Okay.
Our understanding.
Been almost a week now. What's the last week been like for you?
It's been hectic. Like I can't even go out. I can't dash with my wife because people taking pictures of us or following us. Like yesterday, we went out dashing. We got home and there was this red truck following us. This morning it was there too. So it's been kind of scary for me and for my wife, my kids, and everybody.
And again, this was something that before that point, it was kind of just a normal Tuesday. Is that what it was like?
Yeah, it was a normal Tuesday. It was my day off. I was working with my wife and everything, and all of a sudden,
So this guy's name is Carlos. He's one of the first people that was detained. Not the night of the SWAT raid. This was previously at a traffic stop. This is a guy that was detained. And this is the person that Brian Hetton was talking to his stepmother, I believe it was.
it happened like they were following me, and I pulled them over to see what was going on. And after that, it's been crazy, like nonstop. We're all scared. I can't stop thinking like what's gonna happen to me, what's gonna happen. Like my brother-in-law, we didn't even have nothing to do with it, and they still arrested him and everything. They put him into SWAT car. I didn't know that. They put him into SWAT car. They even detained my wife and my kids. It was scary.
When did you realize? Obviously, they released you late at night. We talked to you very briefly, and you got to go home and see. It's kind of a circus out there. It looked like.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a circus. Tim, thank you so much for the super sticker. That's a great way to support the channel. Tim is a great member of the flock of black sheep. I love it. Thank you again, Tim. And thank you, Songbits. Please remember to like the video on your way in and subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
What's going through your head when you pulled up back home?
Like, what are they doing at the house? Like, they already searched it. I don't know they had to go find evidence supposedly against me, but I don't know. It was crazy. It was still a lot of police there, a lot of activity. They didn't even let us go into the house like 20 minutes later. Once they released me, they still had the street blocked off. They didn't even get off the car or nothing.
Jesse, what comes next year?
Well, I think, from our perspective, the first thing that really needs to happen is.
So Brian interviewed the mother-in-law. That's what it was, not a stepmother or a mother-in-law.
Is that the Pima County Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Nanos need to clear Carlos's name. They need to make this right. They've falsely arrested an innocent man. They've subjected his family to misery, humiliation, handcuffs, and there's no evidence. This was a wrongful arrest. It was a false arrest. They've cast this shadow of suspicion on Carlos and his family, and now they're living day to day. They're living in fear. And so the first thing that I'd like to see is Sheriff Nanos and the Pima County Sheriff's Office come forward and say, this was a mistake. Carlos is not a person of interest. He is not.
Well, officially he was detained, but what he's saying is, well, it doesn't feel like you're just detained when you're stuck in handcuffs for a couple hours. So what's the difference between under arrest and detained?
An investigative lead. We messed up. We need to see some accountability. Obviously, my hope is they're doing the best they can with their investigation. I don't know what the details of what they're doing are in that respect. That's not my department, but they need to clear Carlos, because right now he and his family are going through a nightmare where they look out the window and there are suspicious cars driving past their home. They don't know what's next. And so, it's just clear that whatever mistakes were made, Sheriff Nanos and Pima County need to fess up, and they need to clear Carlos so that his family can begin rebuilding and moving on.
And we asked the sheriff that even just this morning, and he said everyone they detained, because there was another person detained last Friday, right? And they said they were cleared to a point, was his wording. Has there been any evidence presented here? I know they mentioned their search warrants, right? And it's not just them searching willy-nilly, but from what you've seen and what you've heard, is there evidence?
Detained to a point. I wonder how that even works.
Here that makes this.
No, there's no evidence whatsoever. our understanding is that they obtained the search warrant they obtained that allowed them to search Carlos's vehicle and his family's property through the use of a secret affidavit. As far as we know, that affidavit is sealed and remains sealed. And, our suspicion, our educated suspicion, is that this has something to do with cell phone pings, which everybody knows are unreliable. And, it's their job to come forward and say what evidence they have is.
So apparently they got him on cell phone pings, according to the lawyer here. I mean, that's a pretty graspy at straws thing there, if you ask me.
I mean, the fact that they went after Carlos so hard and then let him go, and it's obvious that they had the wrong guy. It's obvious that they messed up. And they need to actually say the obvious, though. They need to repair the damage they've caused.
Carlos, when did you realize that your name had your family's name, it spread over the internet really quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, that same night, I noticed, like, as soon as I did the interview, I went inside. My wife was on the phone, and on TikTok, the news everywhere. It was like that, like less than an hour, everybody knew what was going on. We were, my mom, my dad, my dad's backstory wasn't, they were trying to, how do you say that was my dad that did it, when it was like, I was the thing, and they brought his past life back. And like, it's, I don't know.
And it's not just, it's bad enough if you're accused of something you didn't do, and
This is actually a good thing to address here, Stephen. They are already considering locations for the Savannah Guthrie's Mother Memorial in DC in case the unthinkable happened. And that's the thing about that, right? I mean, right now, day 18, no sign of life, no sign of anything. I mean, how long do you wait until you want to give yourself closure? I mean, it's a question no one wants to ask. No one thinks they'll ever be in that situation. But if you're in Savannah's situation, how long would you give it before you're like, all right, I guess we got to give ourselves closure here? I mean, a month, 3 months, 6 months, a year? How long would you wait? I don't think there's a right or wrong answer to this, but I'm just curious what you all think.
a minor crime, a burglary or something like that, they pretty much accused you
kidnapping
of at that point, and still probably maybe the most famous crime going on the planet right now.
Yeah. No, I want to know why.
When you mentioned that night that you weren't necessarily mad at the deputies, that they're doing their job, they were you want them to find whoever did this, but obviously they had the wrong guy here, right? Does that still how you feel?
Yeah, I'm frustrated that they didn't do a good job at it. They just went with supposedly a tip they had, but they could have done things differently. They could have walked to me and asked, like, hey, where were you there? Where were you? But they didn't. They did force. They used force, and I felt like I was being kidnapped.
And again, we talked about it that night, but this case has gotten a lot of attention, and that's why it went so kind of famous on the internet. But up to that point, you hadn't heard anything about this case?
Nah.
Didn't know who Nancy Guthrie was?
Nah, all I do is work and be with my kids and my wife. I don't follow the news. It's something for me that I don't like.
So never something you wanted to be thrown in the middle of here?
No, and I'm here.
What's it been like? I know you've had conversations with your kids and your wife and the rest of your family just in the last week. What have you guys talked about?
Well, they're mostly worried about me, like what's gonna happen to me, because like my lawyer said, they haven't apologized publicly, or they haven't said I'm not a person of interest or anything. They just left it like that. So we're still worried. My in-laws are still worried too, like what's gonna happen. And my brother-in-law too. Like I said, my oldest son doesn't even want to go to school. But we're still trying to get through this.
It's gotta be tough too for your kids. Just going to school. It's up into their life too. It's not just yours. Has there been any conversation as and I don't know if it's for you, Jesse, or not, but has the sheriff's department reached out at all privately? We haven't heard really much publicly, but has there been any contact since then?
No. So we've notified the Pima County Sheriff's Office and the Pima County Attorney that we represent Carlos, but they've taken no steps to contact us to clear the air. We requested the return of his property. The only thing that was seized during the search was Carlos's phone, which has his driver's license as part of the case, and they still haven't returned that, or as part of the phone case. They still haven't returned that. We think we're in the process of making arrangements to have that returned as of Friday, but it's very hard. You know, when we've reached out to them, it seems like it's very disorganized. It's very hard to figure out who's in charge over there. And, you know, my number one concern right now is that in all of this rush to judgment that's happened, that they just don't want to take accountability and admit that they did wrong.
You know, and I know you don't follow the news, but they had another person detained. It looks like they towed another car. I know they didn't tow your car, but they towed another car on Friday night and this may be for both of you, but when you watch that and they already did it once to you and it looks like it's happening again to somebody else, I mean, what does that make you think? What goes through your head when you see that?
I think they're just guessing. They're just a guessing game to them. I don't know. They're just playing with people's lives right at this point. If they don't have no evidence against anybody, how are they going to keep on doing this stuff to innocent people?
Yeah. I mean, just, I don't know.
So what did he say when he got home that night that makes you so sure? What did he say on camera?
It kind of worries you as a person, right? If you're doing this to just kind of willy-nilly into anybody, who's next?
It should be a big deal to people, no matter what their political stripe, that the government has this power to come in, cast a cloud of suspicion on somebody, destroy lives, and then retreat and act like it never happened, and give statements like, "Well, everybody's been cleared to a point." That's not enough. It's meaningless. They don't have evidence. They made a mistake, and they need to come forward and admit it.
Will your life ever be the same?
I don't know. At this point, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know if it'll be the same. Like he said, they cast a cloud on me, like big time news and everything. I don't know if it's going to be the same.
Alfonso, anything in your mind? Anything else I should have asked you, or anything else you want to make sure we hit on before? I always hate making you drive all this way and then we talk for 10 minutes and I send you on your way, but I think that was perfect and you said it very well. So
yeah.
I'm good as long as...
I think Carlos just wants to be done with this.
I can imagine.
So the one rule I have is if people make claims, you have to tell me where you found the claim and what video and what person, or at least where we can verify the claim.
I didn't realize too that they still haven't gotten the phone back.
No.
Yeah.
No word from the police. No, nothing. They, like you said, they haven't reached out to me or to him to apologize. Nothing.
Well, I'm sorry you guys are all having to go through this, and I hope it all calms down soon here.
I just hope they get the person and be done.
So Space, you didn't tell me. Type it again. Where did you see it? Who said that? What channel reported it?
And now and everybody's, I'm everywhere right now. Like, I don't know what to do. I can't hide.
Yeah.
What they did after what they did to me, I don't plan on staying quiet. It's not right. Like he said, it's the federal, the FBI. How could they be so inaccurate with their evidence and all that? Like, I don't know. It was wrong the way they acted.
Wow. It's hard to believe they kept you there all that time.
Well, they had me in the Miranda car first.
Yeah, okay.
That was like until 4, 5, 6, until like 8 at night. That's when the Pima County Sheriff replaced the Miranda.
So they stopped you at 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
And then it was 12:30 or 12 that we
almost 1 in the morning.
Almost 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
Did it feel like that long when you're sitting there?
That felt longer. Yeah, and then being handcuffed with your hands behind your back when supposedly you're just detained. And my shoulders were hurting, and I don't know. It was a bad experience.
I'm glad it ended.
I mean,
Cece, thank you again for doing this. And I just want to start first with genetic genealogy. Can you kind of break down, just for people at home, What is this?
Genetic genealogy is the combination of using DNA and documentary records to learn more about someone's family tree. Traditionally, we used it to identify long dead ancestors. Everybody has what we call a brick.
Again, there's a lot of people right now in the space making all sorts of accusations about things that may or may not be true. I try to be a little more cautious.
Our understanding is that they obtained the search warrant they obtained that allowed them to search Carlos's vehicle and his family's property.
They should have been called in. This was clearly a kidnapping.
Yeah.
And when you have kidnapping, you can just say that's FBI all over it, right? They have the forensic capabilities. They have the resources to deal with this, but he clearly didn't want to. In fact, several days later, remember the glove, the famous glove that was found 2 miles away. He didn't even send it to the FBI lab. He sent it to his own private lab that their department has used, which is mind-boggling when you're working hand in hand, allegedly, with the FBI. Why wouldn't you send it directly to their lab? Why cause a...
So what did he say in the interview about why he was pulled over versus what he did? So if he noticed he was being followed, he asked him, I mean, what does that really do? I mean, how much different is that really?
Delay in getting the information to CODIS, to the combined DNA index system, which eventually had to be sent to them anyway.
And again, for Carlos there, English probably is not his first language, so he's speaking in his second language more than likely. And then a lot of people probably just want to give him the least charitable interpretation. And that's also probably what he's upset about. And rightfully so. I mean, imagine if you're innocent and then people give you the least charitable interpretation. That's a pretty crappy feeling.
Why? It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. But and the FBI actually came out and said he's not cooperating with us. For them to even do that is startling. And you'll notice this, Joe. You haven't heard a peep out of the FBI. Not a peep.
Yeah.
Usually the special agent in charge will come out and do a joint press conference or something. They have been.
And yeah, I would not be surprised one bit if Carlos is going for a lawsuit. And again, if he feels like he was wronged, yeah, I'm sure the lawyer's probably coaching him on what to say.
And completely radio silent, even though they have a massive team there. They have a command post. They have the hostage rescue team there. They have 400 agents that they've sent there. So,
by the way, please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Likes are free. Hopefully we can get to 1,000 by the time this stream's over. Likes help the video get found and help me and my business here.
But they don't want, I don't think they want to be associated publicly with this guy.
Well, I was going to ask you, why is that? Because the FBI should be taking the lead. It sounds like they're not. It sounds like Pima County still is in the lead for some reason. And it kind of makes sense what you just said. Why get in the middle of this mud when they're busy investigating the case and they want to solve the case? So I guess I understand why they're not out in front, but I almost expect Cash to come out at some point and go, listen, here's what we're facing out there, and this could have gone a lot smoother. Maybe they're waiting for the actual conclusion of the case. So let me ask you something very directly as an investigator. Would this case, in your opinion, have been closer to being solved by now had we not had the missteps by this one guy?
I don't know the answer to that question. There's too many variables there. Probably not. I would say probably not.
Why is this one so hard to solve? What is it?
Well, they are literally.
The problem is this other guy's voice is a little softer, right? Let's see.
And this is kind of shocking to me, that they haven't been able to, at least they haven't publicly said that they've found cell phone data from the towers there. This is a a richly mined area for instances like this. Unless these people were so professional, they didn't bring any cell phones, and that's a possibility too. This was planned. So here's another thing. I want to talk about this,
please.
There's all kinds of conjecture out there. Was this a burglary gone wrong? I've heard some quote experts unquote put that theory forward. Now, I don't believe that to be the case, and I'll tell you why. If you look at the crime statistics in Pima County, for a nighttime residential burglaries, they call them hot prowls, because for a burglar to go into a residence knowing that there's someone there, that's why they do all the burglaries during the daytime, because there's nobody there.
Right.
It is so rare in Pima County that I think they had the last one, 5 years ago or something. That is not what a burglar does. And a burglar doesn't dress up like that monstrosity that we saw on that video camera, right? This was targeted. There's no doubt in my mind. And I have my own theories about that I really, don't talk about it in the other media, because my theories are just that, my theories.
Well, Randy, let me ask you this. It's Lieutenant Randy Sutton. Go ahead.
But I don't believe that this was anything random.
Okay.
I fully believe that this was a targeted crime, and I fully don't believe that this was a kidnap for ransom either.
Let's talk about the actual crime scene. It's Lieutenant Randy Sutton. Go to thewoundedblue.org, thewoundedblue.org. If he looks familiar, he's been in movies. He was also on Cops for a long time, and a great police officer, investigator for 30 plus years. Let's talk about the actual crime scene, because I don't know anything from anything about whether somebody's professional or not professional. Like you said, he dressed up in this monstrosity. He had to have known there was a camera in the front. Otherwise, why hide himself so well? He had to have known there was something going on. But when he walks up, he sort of walks to the left, sort of puts his hand over the camera. I'm not sure what he was trying to do. Then he grabs some brush, which looks very unprofessional to me. And then he goes inside. There's DNA left inside. We're not sure what form of DNA it is. And then when they leave, either she's walking and bleeding or they're carrying her out. Her blood is on the front door. He doesn't try to clean it up or not leave this mess behind. So
this is all true. Thank you very much for this. Missing, Lost, and Trafficked. What an interesting name. A YouTube commenter who created a documentary on terrorism says 4 people are involved in Nancy Guthrie disappearance. A YouTube commenter who created a documentary. Who is this commenter? Or do they have a channel? Thank you very much for the super chat, by the way.
How professional and how planned could this have been to not have gone back and at least covered your tracks? And then he throws the glove out, allegedly, 2 miles later. I'm confused by it, because you're right. It looks like it was a targeted attack, in my very unprofessional opinion. And he looks like he's setting it up to not get caught. But then you leave all this evidence behind. Why? Why would you do all that?
He didn't leave all this evidence behind. First of all, I don't know that glove that they recovered 2 miles away has anything to do with anything.
Wow, you're the first person saying that.
I am not.
Is Joe being sarcastic with that? I mean, the glove found 2 miles away to me is a long shot, and it's always been a long shot. The one that is interesting to me is the DNA in the house, even if it's just touch DNA. And then the other cameras that were elsewhere, not just the front porch one, but the other ones. I'd be very curious if Google can find a way to get into them.
Convinced that has any credence at all to this investigation. Now, the DNA found inside the home, that's a totally different story.
Yeah.
And since here's what we don't know. We don't know in what context that DNA was found.
Right.
Was that DNA semen? Was it blood? How did it get there?
Right.
And that's critical information, because we don't.
At this point, I'd say there's 98% chance that she's no longer with us. It's just been too long. I mean, because imagine if she's alive. Where would she be? Where would she be alive? In a dungeon somewhere? I just don't. I don't even see how it would work, unfortunately, at this point.
know what the crime scene was like. Was there signs of a struggle? Was she taken from her bed? Was she sexually assaulted? These are things we don't know, but if we and this is the type of thing that they should not tell us. They should not tell the public this, because this is stuff that only the bad guy, and I think there were more than one.
Okay.
The bad guys know about.
Well, why not clean up the blood at the front doorstep? They had to know that she was bleeding, and it's her DNA from that blood.
They couldn't have cleaned it up. I mean, it would still be there. I mean, they would, Luminol would find it.
Gotcha.
They don't care. Now, you'll notice that he was in no hurry.
He wasn't. You're right. He was there a long time. Now, it is incongruous. If he knew that camera was there, why wouldn't he just bring some spray paint or a piece of black tape to cover it up? Right.
And so that's a little incongruous. I'm not sure about that piece. But he destroyed it, and I believe that they did that from inside the home.
Okay.
I think that whoever was in the back of the house was not concerned. Think of this. What is the purpose of having one of those Ring doorbells or Nest doorbells?
So you're told right away that somebody's there. Yeah.
Right. They weren't worried about it.
Wow.
They weren't worried about it.
That's
now,
interesting.
Why weren't they worried about it?
Did they know there wasn't a subscription? Is that what we're leading toward?
No, no. I'm not leaning towards that.
Okay.
I'm leaning toward were they able to somehow incapacitate her prior to entering the home?
Wow. That's an interesting angle. I would not have thought of it. By the way, Lieutenant Randy Sutton, there's a little bit of a delay. I don't mean to talk over you if I am. I apologize about that. Law enforcement for 30 plus years.
No, I'm not leaning towards that.
Okay.
I'm leaning toward were they able to somehow incapacitate her prior to entering the home?
Now, how the heck would they ever do that? That's why I wanted to rewind this to hear what he said again. How would they ever decapacitate her or incapacitate her before they entered the home? I don't know.
Wow. That's an interesting angle. I would not have thought of it. By the way, Lieutenant Randy Sutton, there's a little bit of a delay. I don't mean to talk over you if I am. I apologize about that. Law enforcement for 30 plus years in Las Vegas, in New Jersey. You've seen him on Cops. You've seen him in movies. So you said something a little while ago that I want you to expand upon if you don't mind. Why are you convinced there's more than one person? Do you think there's somebody in the back door trying to let this guy in? Do you think there's somebody waiting in the car? Why more than one person?
I think that there was more than one person because I do believe that there was somebody in the back of the house. And I also believe that to transport her required a driver. Now, is the driver? Were there two people or were there?
And again, to me, how is the back door left open and the blood spatter is on the front step? Right. It would make more sense if the back door is open and the blood spatters on the back step. Okay. But back door open, front step blood spatter. To me, that's what makes me think there's more than one person. And why wouldn't they close the door anyway? It just doesn't make sense.
Three. That is my question. And if there were three, that means that they had to have a plan for the getaway driver to roll up at a certain period of time. And that's why if they did not bring cell phones because they knew that they could be tracked, then they had to have a real timeline here to know when the driver was going to come collect the Mrs. Guthrie and them for their getaway.
Wow. I mean, there's so much there. Let me go back to the camera a second because I might have misunderstood you. Did you say that you thought that they had the ability possibly to incapacitate the camera, or they thought that she was incapacitated when they got there, so they weren't worried about it? Do you think that they could have?
No, I meant incapacitate her.
Right. That's what I thought he meant. But then the next question would be, well, then how? And as someone in the chat said, we never know what's staged amongst all this anyway. What's staged? Could blood spatter be staged? We don't know. There's so many things we don't know.
Okay, because now if they could have had the ability to incapacitate the camera, that would be a technological thing, or maybe they were in the circle somehow. What do you make of the family is ruled out? But they didn't say friends and neighbors and others who knew her are ruled out. They just said the family was ruled out. What do you make of that?
Well, the first thing I make of it is that the sheriff can't rule out anybody. I don't care what he says.
Oh, he said he ruled them out like day
is
two.
suspect.
He literally said he ruled out everybody day two. Again, Randy, in some weird move to cover his ass. Why even say that? Do you know why he would say that?
It is absolutely mind-boggling to me. Mind-boggling. Family, there has to be a relationship basis in this attack, right? There is some relationship. It may be as tenuous as somebody who knew the house or had worked on the house or delivered a package to the house or whatever. Right. But there is some relationship that when this is solved, we're gonna get knowledge of that there was some relationship. Now let's look at motives here. What are the motives for crime like this? Money is probably number one.
Yeah.
Revenge is a possibility. Lust is a possibility. Hatred is a possibility.
Thank you very much for this. Missing. The name of channel is From Thrones to Theorems. Well, we can give that I'll check that out. Thank you very much for this.
But it's got to be one of those. There's no other motives. I mean, this wasn't, hey, you know what? Let's go kidnap an old lady today.
I'm with you.
This was done for a reason. And this is why this is such a difficult investigation, because the investigators have to figure out what the motive is. That's critical to discovering who did it.
Randy, can we at this point say this isn't about money? And here's why I say this. Again, I'm a novice. You can correct me anything that I say wrong here. If you got her and want her for ransom, you got to show me a sign of life. You got to show me something. You got to show me that the commodity is still available. Otherwise, why would I send you? I think they're asking for $6 million allegedly. Do you think this is for money? If so, why haven't they done something to get the money?
I do not think this is for money. No,
okay,
I don't. I think the ransom demands were either thrown.
And again, I'm not going to rule out money, but I think what could have happened if it was money was it was an abduction. They planned to do it a certain way, but they blundered it. And they were still seeing if they can get money maybe without giving a proof of life. But since there was no proof of life, they never got any money. And then the other thing is revenge, of course, or some sort of punitive measure. But let's hear what Lieutenant Randy Sutton says about it.
Up as a distraction, or you have other people. Well, we know we have other people that are involved in trying to extort money from this family. One was arrested, and I really do hope that the investigators are following every lead when it comes down to the people that contacted TMZ with these A, ransom demand, and B, the one that says, I know who did it, and if you want to know, you better pay me. When it's the same amount of money that the FBI is offering, it's if this was serious, we would have had a proof of life. There would have been a ransom demand that was legitimate, and I don't believe that was ever the case.
Nobody is in custody. Nobody's being.
And I do think the majority of those ransoms were a hoax, but it might be possible one of them was real. But again, if they tried to do this for money and just blundered it, that's a possibility. But what's the other possibility? It's got to be the revenge or punitive measure, right?
Detained right now, but they have talked to 4 different people so far, starting with the delivery driver who decided to do a media tour afterwards, which was very strange, and he wasn't sure if he'd ever delivered to that house. And then you've got 3 more people. They've got a Range Rover that they held a tarp over to get something out of the Range Rover. Randy, in your experience, do you think they've already spoken to who they assume might be involved in this, although they don't have enough to hold him or her?
It's possible. It's possible. Now, considering the Land Rover, glad you brought that up. So they were able to obtain search warrants on 2 different occasions now, right? The first one was the delivery driver that was apparently not connected in any way.
Right.
The second, we don't really know what that relationship was or is, but we do know that they did a search warrant at the house and also on this vehicle, and they seized the vehicle. Now that's telling to me.
Okay, the timeline was the Nest Cam disconnected and then pacemaker disconnected as well. I think that's where the 41 minutes came from. We went over the timeline earlier, and I guess we should do it again before we end the stream.
Because that means they found something in there that they wanted to either process or they wanted to do a search in a controlled environment. That's not the usual way this is done. If they had cleared that individual of anything at the scene, they wouldn't have done that. They seized the vehicle.
Well, they would need probable cause and a warrant to seize the vehicle, right?
Correct. And this could be part of the issue. They might have found something in the vehicle that is totally unrelated, but was illegal. They could have found drugs in there. They could have found stolen property.
I didn't think about that. Yeah.
There's so many avenues here, Joe, that we just don't know the answers to. And so this is like that. What was that game? Clue.
Yes, right.
Was this like? Yeah, that's what this is like. It's like real life Clue.
It's showing our age that we know the game Clue.
Yeah.
A lot of people watching are going, I don't know what a clue is. What are they talking about? Yeah, it could have been Colonel Mustard in the den with the candlestick. All right, it's Randy Sutton, former lieutenant. He's retired now, founder of the Wounded Blue. Go to thewoundedblue.org. Let me ask you about the Walmart connection.
Before we get into that, so this is the timeline. January 31st, 5:32 p.m. to 9:48 p.m. Nancy Guthrie visits family, returns home, and the garage door closes. 9:48 p.m. February 1st, 1:47 a.m. Doorbell camera is disconnected. February 1st, 2:12 a.m. Camera detects a person, but no video is initially available. February 1st, 2:28 a.m. Guthrie's pacemaker app disconnects from her phone. So you look at 1:47 to 2:28. That's the 41 minutes. 11:56 a.m. Relatives find her missing and call 911. So they're going by the disconnection of the pacemaker, and the initial thing is doorbell camera disconnected. That's what they're thinking.
When you go into Walmart, A, some dude greets you or some lady. B, you're on video constantly. You walk in, you're on video. They know who went there. They know who shopped. I would assume that again, maybe a bad assumption, but I would assume you go to Walmart and you get the backpack that's available there. You get the jacket that's available there. You get the gloves that are available there. You get the ski mask that's available there. And you probably buy them all at once and then leave, unless they're so, nefarious that they decided, let me go to several different Walmarts and get all these items. Do you think that there's a huge investigatory action being taken with Walmart that we aren't privy to? There has to be, right?
Absolutely not. This is a huge clue, but it also requires an incredible amount of manpower to investigate this. Right, every store in the Tucson area is going.
That's a good point there, K-Dog, because it says it's exclusively sold at Walmart, but it can be resold on Amazon, resold in a thrift store. There's Walmarts all over the world. It's a tough one, right? It's no slam dunk.
Has been. There's no doubt in my mind. It's already been done. Has been contacted. They're getting the footage of their cameras. They're looking at receipts. They're looking at they're questioning. They're questioning. The clerks.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I saw an interview with a gun shop owner a couple days ago, and he said that the FBI was in showing them pictures,
right,
of asking about these individuals. So they're following every lead, but I think they got something like 25,000 emails, phone calls, etc. And even if you have 400 agents there, it requires a massive amount of crime. And this, once again,
this is all true. Please remember to like the video on your way in and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live every night and talk about true crime and current events, and I use my experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse to give my unique perspective on true crime and current events. And there's a great flock of black sheep here in the comments too, or in the live stream, I should say, the live chat.
You know, we're a society that expects instantaneous gratification. We're so used to seeing, you know, the episodes on TV and in the movies where they solve the crimes in 48 hours or, you know, a 2-hour time period. And that isn't reality. That's not, it's great when it does happen, you know, but this is a planned event. This isn't a crime of passion. Most of the murders that take place, most of the crimes of violence that take place, they happen because of rage. It happens because of a relationship, and so they're much easier to solve like that. This isn't that case. This is a true whodunit. And
but Randy, on Law and Order, they solve it in an hour. In 1 hour, you can solve the case on the Law and Order. Before we run out of time, let me ask you about the gun. I'm a gun carrier. I've got 5 guns not far from where I'm sitting right now. I would never, ever, ever, never carry a gun like that guy was carrying it that day. That holster is available at Walmart too. Imagine that. I don't know if the gun that he had is available at Walmart or not. I know that some Walmarts do sell firearms. But having said that, the way he's carrying the gun, does that tell you anything about who this guy is? I mean, nobody who's like a Second Amendment guy or gal is going to carry like that. It's dangerous. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so I spoke with some sources down in that area. Sources familiar with the cartels. And believe it or not, there is a term for that type of carrying of a weapon.
And again, Zoe, I've been mentioning the flock of black sheep on Instagram and Facebook too, to a lesser extent. So I'm hopefully trying to pull people from those places too. And if you know people that would fit into this kind of thing, definitely invite them along.
The cartels, they call it a Mexican carry.
I had no idea. So you think this guy's a cartel guy? Wouldn't they be more sophisticated than this and try to get the ransom then?
Consider this possibility.
Okay.
Consider that this was hired out. This wasn't done by the person who planned it.
Okay.
Consider that this, where would you find someone who has done kidnappings in the past and has no conscience?
I would guess at the cartel level.
So, you would guess at the cartel level. They're experienced kidnappers. They've done this. There's a number of these that have taken place in Phoenix, by the way, that you don't hear about, but they're ransom demands for illegal aliens that they get from their families in Mexico. So they have experience doing this. And if you look at it, the way.
So this guy's opinion's a little bit different than the other opinions we've been listening to. We've heard a lot about the crime scene was very unprofessional. And he's saying, nah, these guys were professional. So my thoughts on the whole matter are that I was initially thinking it was more because of a ransom, an abduction to get a ransom, which maybe it still was. I'm not completely ruling that out and having something just gone off the rails, and that's why they're not actually getting money. But the fact that they were there 40 minutes there, I don't know. They've done a terrible job getting money if that's what their goal was. So I think the revenge thing can definitely be a thing, or a punishment, and it might be politically oriented. Savannah's husband, if you look into what he's all about, he's a Democratic person that worked with the Clintons, and he was a fixer. So you never know. It's kind of a roundabout way to get to him, but I wouldn't rule it out.
This individual moved. If you looked at his legs, he was bow-legged.
Yes.
Or he had, right? And I fully keep in the context of this situation that he might have come from south of the border, which would be a big plus for not having his DNA
right
in CODIS, and he was hired. This was hired out. I fully believe this was hired out.
If he shot the gun while inside, because we know that she was injured. If he shot the gun while inside, would they have released that to the public? Would we know that if he shot the gun?
No.
So they wouldn't
No,
tell
we
us.
wouldn't. No, but there's no reason to shoot her.
Could you imagine that when he just said that he might have shot the gun in the house, and Lieutenant here says no, they wouldn't even have told us, even if they did. Could you imagine how that would change the entire story if there's gunshots in the freaking house? I mean, that would change a lot, wouldn't there? And then you would think there's blood in the house, right? But we heard nothing about that.
There's no reason to shoot her. She's 84 years old.
But why do you have the gun
Easily
then?
Controllable.
Well, then why do you have the gun? You know what I mean?
Fear, intimidation.
Okay, makes sense.
And remember, you can have all the planning in the world. There could always be that occurrence where a sheriff's vehicle just happened to drive by and notice something,
right,
and make a vehicle stop, right? So you have to plan for any eventuality when you're committing a major felony crime like this.
Yeah.
This is, at the end of the day, we still have an 84-year-old woman, the mother of these people, who has been taken.
Yeah.
And we have to, think of the humanity here, the terror that this poor woman went through. Yeah. I mean, think about that creature walking in on you in the middle of the night. And it sends shudders down my heart that what she went through that night. And I pray that she is alive.
Yeah, me too.
I don't believe that's the case, but.
And again, we can't forget what Jennifer Koffendorfer said. She said 90% of the information we don't know. So think about that truly for a minute. 90%, which means we only know 10%. So what could be amongst that 90% that we don't know? Could literally be anything. And it's like they say, fact can be stranger than fiction. So the things that they know that they're just not saying could be out of control. But regardless of what they're not saying, one thing's for sure, they don't know who did it, and they didn't find Nancy. That's really the only thing we know. They didn't find Nancy. They might even think they know who did it. They're just not telling us.
Hope springs eternal.
Show us a sign of life is all I'm saying. I'm with you.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was, seeing the Guthrie family and the pain on their faces and their, the pleas. If you have any humanity in you at all, you have to feel sorry for these people and what they're
100%.
going through. I've seen, Joe, I've seen so many crime victims over my years. I've seen the desperation. I've seen the heartache. And, this is one of the reasons that I do what I do with the Wounded Blue, because officers are feeling it too. There's going to be a lot of post-traumatic stress that revolves around this case.
TheWoundedBlue.org is the website, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll be back in Tucson this weekend, covering it once again, and let's hope that they get the major break in the case, and they are able to bring someone to justice for this.
Let me ask you one last.
That's what we're all hoping for.
Absolutely, and I couldn't agree with you more. My viewers, my listeners, they all agree with you as well. Let me ask you one last question and let you go. And thank you for coming back on. Your knowledge is so amazing. The DNA stuff. Because again, we're in a DNA, way of life. We think, hey, you got the DNA, you got the guy. It turns out, as you said, not in CODIS. He's not in the crime index that we keep here in the United States that the FBI has. Could be a cartel connection, could be a foreign guy. It could be somebody who's never done anything before, but I think you and I would agree that's probably not the case. Having said all of that, what can they glean from the DNA? Because they're talking about genealogy. So they can tell where the guy's from, what his ethnicity is, what his nationality might be, what his ancestry is certainly. But do we have any other way that I'm not aware of to find out a closer proximity of who this guy might be, just from the DNA?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And that way is through familial DNA, and they're actively searching for this now. There's all those sites out there where people want to know about their origins, their ancestry, etc.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of databases out there now. Some of them will cooperate with law enforcement, some of them won't. They're walking an interesting tightrope there.
Yes.
But it's the way they solved the Kohlberger case,
Right.
or with the way they arrested Kohlberger. So yeah, there are avenues. I'm absolutely 100% sure that is being pursued right now as we speak. That's a longer process, of course, but it's a valid process. So the answer to that question is yes.
Randy, listen, again, the knowledge is key, and it's amazing every time. Go and support this great organization he runs, thewoundedblue.org. It is Lieutenant Randy Sutton, retired. Just great to have the knowledge. Keep up the great work. We're watching you on the big network television as well, and thank you for your friendship. I appreciate you.
And if you would tune into my podcast, it's called A Cop's Life, and that is
A Cop's Life
everywhere too. And my new book just came out, Rescuing 911: The Fight for America's Safety.
I love it.
That's a book that I wish
So this is Joe Pags, and he's got that new podcast coming out.
Every American would read.
Say the name of the book again.
Rescuing 911: The Fight for America's Safety. So
Rescuing 911: The Fight for American Safety. That's this guy, and this guy is Joe Pags.
This is Hidden
Backpack, and I don't know, seemed to, well, he realized there was a doorbell camera there at some point because he grabbed foliage to cover it, but he also dropped a glove.
This is going to be the last video. We might not even finish this whole thing, but please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. We have a great flock of black sheep here in the live chat.
Somewhere, maybe. Wore gear traceable to a single retailer and left behind DNA that came back with 0 matches in a database. We don't know if that was him, though. There's so much confusion in this case. What is going on? Psychotherapist Siobhan Scott is with us to help break down all of the confusion, the psychological confusion in this case. And there's a lot to get into. Let's start out here, Siobhan. Investigators reportedly divided between 2 different theories: a planned kidnapping and a burglary gone wrong. Those are psychologically opposite crimes. A kidnapper wants control over a person. A burglar wants to avoid people entirely. When you look at the known facts here, masked entry in the middle of the night, a weapon, a backpack, an 84-year-old woman physically removed from her home, which psychological profile does the behavior actually fit? And can both theories coexist with the same perpetrator?
Well, it's really tough. I like to look at data before I give opinions, and we don't have data on something like this because it just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And, the burglary gone wrong, there was nothing taken that we know of.
Mhm.
And it could have been someone that was doing planning. Obviously, they had done some degree of planning, but yet they were inexperienced or got rattled while they were in there. Maybe they were planning that she would be asleep and she woke up.
People in the chat saying this case could very well go cold soon. And I'm saying, yeah, it easily could. And I think the next thing I'm going to go over is Epstein stuff, though. I think there's enough information to start talking about it. I was holding off because we were just getting so many bits and pieces. But more and more stuff is coming out slowly. But they're still not releasing everything they should be. So they're making it harder for all of us to do our jobs. And that is an important story. And some people are speculating this entire case is being blown up as a distraction. And hey, I'm not saying they maybe did it for that reason, but I don't think they're complaining about it either. They're like, oh yeah, if this can distract from Epstein, then great, right? So I'm not saying they're behind it, but I don't think they, like, the fact that it's taking away from it, it's like, okay. Although Trump has said he's going to do whatever he can to get her. Hasn't really worked though. Yeah, Tim, we're going to do some CoffeeZilla, and whether Voidzilla is actually what it is. But we're going to try to get info from all across the internet with that. And we can maybe stay busy with that for a little while.
And, who knows what happens. And so, that could be someone that was just really inexperienced, or maybe they had committed other burglaries but just not been that sophisticated. It's really hard to say. The kidnapping for ransom, where's a credible ransom? We've had these Bitcoin kind of things, but it doesn't look legitimate. So which one would it have been? It's a toss-up at this point. When we look at data about kidnappings, we've got the case of like Elizabeth Smart, Polly Kloss. Polly Kloss was eventually murdered, but these were sexually motivated crimes.
Mm-hmm.
And so, of course, a lot of times young girls are kidnapped for that purpose. It would be highly unlikely in this case that that's what was going on, although I have seen 80-year-old women sexually assaulted before.
No.
So, it does happen. I had a case like that. It's just
Danny Troyer. He would SA the elderly, believe it or not. My conversation with Mike King, we went over that. Mike King is from Profiling Evil. Check out that interview if you haven't already. Oh, what'd I do? There it is. Bunny, thank you so much for this. Appreciate your time and attention to this case. Thank you, love, the fellow chatters too. I bad pronunciation by me. Thank you, love the fellow chatters too. That's different than thank you, love. But thank you very much, Bunny, and the rest of the chatters. Thank you as well.
just really mysterious, which is why I think the whole country is fixated on it. Another type of kidnapping that I've seen happen have been husbands, estranged husbands will kidnap their wife, and try to convince her to come back to them. That happens a lot.
No, because that is a really great strategy, is it not?
Oh, well, it'll get you in prison, but it's something that, is relatively common. It does happen. And I've seen cases of that. But it's really, it seems like somebody who had obviously done some degree of planning, but they were inexperienced. And my other thought is, okay, let's say that something tragic happened while they were in the midst of a burglary and Nancy was deceased. What happened to the body? And how does one person transport a body by themselves like that? Getting a body in the van and not leaving a trace. That's what they had done. It's just a weird case.
There's so much that doesn't make sense, and so many directions that are spidering out of this, and it seems everybody has a different theory on how this happened, and everybody seems to think they know exactly what it is. The reality is we don't. All we can do is base on the information that we have and not keep going down tendrils that lead nowhere. And I feel like there's a lot of going down paths, and it's like, well, we've gone this far. Maybe we should keep exploring. Maybe.
And by the way, this guy's name is Tony Bruschi, Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi. He has a lot of interesting guests. Siobhan Scott, I'm going to try to set something up with her to get her on the show. He also interviews Jennifer Koffendorfer. I like her too. Jennifer Koffendorfer has been on Joe Pag's show as well. And he also has another male FBI guy that I forget his name at this very moment. What is his name? Billy or Ricky? I can't remember.
Or maybe not. I don't know. I mean, some of this is just, it's getting bizarre. One of the things that we do know is the video. We've seen the video. We've seen the guy with the
That's right. Let's get to 1,000 likes for the black sheep, for the flock of black sheep in the live chat. They'd love it.
mask on, comes up. What I've been fascinated by in this this whole time, Siobhan, is the completely different read that people seem to have on this guy. Everything from, he knew exactly where that camera was. He went right for it. No, he didn't.
No.
I watched the video. Like, no, he didn't. But some people are interpreting it that way.
Yeah.
He went right. He realized it was there. Then he turned around and grabbed some grass and covered it with foliage. He didn't come with tape. He didn't come with spray paint. He didn't come like with his face covered so he could get to it and then disable the camera. His way of covering up the crime in the moment of truth was cilantro or whatever the hell that was. That's not someone who knew the camera was there, which also tells me it's probably someone who didn't necessarily case the place all that well, or at all. I don't know. I mean,
Well, a quick story about being a black sheep myself is, especially people that had a narcissistic parent and they had to walk on eggshells during the day. They were constantly criticized, belittled, controlled. Everything they did wasn't good enough. Depending on your family, the one time of day that wasn't the case is at nighttime when everyone else went to bed. So I have this theory where people that maybe had a dysfunctional family or a narcissistic parent, they're more prone to being night owls, or maybe that time of day for you was in the morning, but for me it was at nighttime, where you could finally relax and be yourself and just be at peace for a little while everyone else was gone and that tense energy wasn't there anymore. You didn't have to walk on eggshells. You could just be you. That's maybe one of the reasons I'm a night owl. Maybe not the only reason, but one of them. So maybe some of the other black sheep in the flock here in the chat can relate to that.
That little factoid alone, it could be a lot of things. It could be he's just an idiot, and maybe he did case it and still wasn't bright enough to be like, oh, I should plan for that. Or shoot, I forgot to grab some grass. I better turn around. And I mean, that could be that stupid. Or just someone who really did not plan this at all. Obviously, they had a backpack. He was geared up. The latex style type gloves that they were wearing, all that. There's a lot of elements that show a level of planning, but also a level of stupidity.
Yes.
What is that with those pieces that we know there? What does that tell you about the person or the personality or the person of the thinking of this person?
Yeah, it speaks of inexperience. I've never burgled a house, but I would certainly realize that almost everybody's got a Ring doorbell with a camera in it at this point.
Yeah.
So was he in a state of adrenaline where he was just not thinking clearly? It also, some of the speculation had been this could be a repair person or a handyman person that had been in the house before. Well, I think they certainly would have noticed, the camera doorbell.
You'd hope so.
You would hope so. So it's just, again, there's no data, hard to make a read on it. What was the motivation and why would they not think of something obvious like that?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to add up at all. We're not hearing any noise from anybody on this other than these ransom notes, and I put that in air quotes because I think they're all just complete bullshit. We're not hearing from anybody around this guy. We're not hearing,
and I totally agree with that as well, that people saying this criminal is so dumb, so stupid, incompetent. And I would say, well, then what does that say about the law enforcement on the case, the FBI, the detectives, etc., if they can't catch the so stupid, dumb, and incompetent criminal, right?
from obviously that guy, but there's no leakage. There's not really anybody that's coming forward going, I think it might be this person, or I think it might be that person. Like all that's very quiet, unless maybe that's going on in the background. I don't know, but
I'll tell you what. And depending on how this case ends, it'll definitely be turned into a movie. I mean, if she's found alive, I guarantee it will be. If not, then it's up in the air. Or it could be turned into a movie if she's just never found. That could happen too.
But as far as anything publicly 3 weeks into this thing, there isn't a lot of noise. There's not a lot of leakage somewhere. I mean, that's an interesting aspect to this. Either this person didn't tell anybody this is what they were doing, or no one's aware, or whoever is tight with this person, or whoever people are around this person are really good at not talking. What's your take there? Sometimes we do see little nuggets here and there of, hey, maybe it's this.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of, there have been a lot of calls to the FBI with people who've got information. There may be something that they're just not disclosing to us at this point until they investigate it. They don't want to tip the person off that they know. And another possibility that's been floated out there, which is, it's not the most likely scenario, but it's certainly possible, is somebody that had a fixation or a grievance on Savannah Guthrie. And, there are a lot of people who develop fixations on celebrities like that, and how they would have researched who her mother was. I don't know, but I could go with that as a possibility as well, and that could also.
Yeah, the grievance could be with Savannah or her husband, right? And he might think, how can I get to the husband? Oh, I'll get to this person. Maybe. I'm not ruling it out.
Be a person who did a great degree of planning. Maybe they held a grievance. Maybe it was somebody who had tried to write her and they didn't get a response. And that would be somebody who maybe had no experience in doing something like this.
And that's a really interesting thing that you're bringing up. The three of us, Tony, me, and Todd, we've all been in radio. And to one aspect or another, we've dealt with things like that. And it's startling how much people can come up with.
Yes.
So, she's very public, very public. And her mom was public with her.
Yeah.
So, the advent of social media really, it twists.
Bad Mama, I actually agree with you about that. He should have followed up, because that was my question. How do you incapacitate her from outside? No answer. No follow-up. I said, okay, detective, or lieutenant was his title. How do you do that? No answer. No follow-up. That's the interviewer's fault. There should have been a follow-up there. You're right.
Things, because now there's another way to get into people's lives.
Yes.
And I'm surprised that angle hasn't been talked about more.
Yeah, because that was one of the things that popped into my head early on, and I wouldn't be shocked if it ended up being something like that. That is possible.
Early on, I was thinking it too. I guess kind of pulling away from that would be the fact that, okay, you're going and taking the mom for attention in some way, shape, or form too. It's the goal would likely be to get closer to Savannah, to have some sort of communication with her. But we have nothing. That's the thing. There's nothing. There's no legitimate ransom letter. There's no legitimate anything. There's just nothing. So that's, to me, it's like, well, that doesn't seem to add up, because
Tim is trying to manifest a breakthrough in the case tomorrow. Let's help him manifest that. Also, help manifest me get to 1,000 likes. I don't know how many likes we are, but please remember to like the video if you haven't, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
Nobody is coming forward to continue down that road. Just to take the mom and then be silent. I suppose in a twisted world where someone is somehow doing the mental gymnastics that this is the right thing to do, maybe there is an end game where there is no communication with anybody.
Right.
But
I think it would be to hurt Savannah, that, if they have rage about her because they've tried to contact her, they feel spurned and rebuffed. And it's, what can I do to get back? Because again, this would be a twisted person, and they may be motivated at that point by grievance.
Let me ask this. I'm not sure this has even been brought up. Is it possible the kidnapper is not alive?
I've been saying that from day one.
Well, I know, but you have, but I'm thinking, like, they panicked.
Is it possible the person's not alive? I haven't really thought too much about that, but what do you think about that, chat? Do you think it's possible the person who did it is not alive? Press 1 if you think so. Press 2. No, they're alive and well.
And killed them. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, because now we're going to get in trouble, but off themselves, unalived. Is it possible that there's nobody out here anymore? That maybe she had passed away? That person's gone?
Yeah.
We know nothing.
Certainly possible. Certainly possible. That is, there's just so many directions of could be. And that's possible.
Let's talk about the B&E gone bad narrative. Robin Dreek, retired FBI special agent, chief of the counterintelligence.
So it looks like Alive and Well is slightly winning. Not a majority, though, not by like a landslide, but it's probably 60-40. 60% think the person's alive and well, 40% now. They could be gone.
This behavioral analysis program, who's on the show with us all the time. He's been kind of going down that road from a profile aspect of it, just kind of looking at the data we have, and this is kind of where it's at. Others I know are starting to look in that direction. I know the Chief Nanos or Sheriff Nanos has said, well, I don't know where the reporters are getting this idea from, because there's another reporter, very well-respected reporter in Tucson who said that they have inside sources saying that they believe this is where it's going. He's saying it's not. Whatever. But the idea of this being a breaking and entering gone wrong, I tell me how that plays out in your mind. To me, it doesn't seem like that's that crazy of an idea. Just because, and here's the part that I think everyone needs to remove from their mind in this scenario. Nancy Guthrie leaving the house alive.
Mm-hmm.
If something happened in that house, she died in some way, shape, whatever. I don't know how, accident, on purpose, whatever. She's dead. If that happened, and then Nancy essentially becomes evidence. I'm not trying to be crass, but Nancy is a piece of evidence at that point.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to be caught after this horrible thing went wrong, that you did not show up to kill anybody, you showed to steal something, to provide for yourself or those you care about, and somehow this is the end result, you might be interested in getting rid of that body. And if you have little to no experience or minimal experience or no experience in something, oh my God, where it got this extreme, panic may set in. You may make.
Yeah, I don't think this case is related to the Epstein case. I don't think there's a direct connection. But I do think there are some people that don't mind the attention being taken off of the Epstein case in favor of this. I think that's true. But that doesn't mean there's a connection.
Horrible choices beyond what you've already made, and your thought process may be, let's get rid of the body. I don't know, but this seems to be something a lot of people are coming and saying, nah, that can't be. That's like, I don't know. It seems very like a logical path.
It's very logical. And if I had to say my best guess out of all these possibilities, and it's only a guess, I could be wrong, that is the most plausible to me. That would make the sense. The lady had a heart condition.
Yep.
You wake up to somebody in your home, you're terrified. It would be pretty easy to have a heart attack.
Has there been too much weight being put on the idea that this person is a kidnapper, that this is a kidnapping, that she's out there alive? I mean, weight/hope. I get having hope. If you're the family, let them have hope.
You have to.
But the rest of the world, let's deal with reality.
Yeah.
Let's deal with what's actually happening here. What's going to be is going to be at the end of the day. But I don't know. I feel like investigative angles on this have been and exhaust everything. But it just feels like they're going down these roads of narratives that just don't necessarily seem to add up to all of that much. And we'll get into some of the noise in a moment. But has that been, in your opinion, is that a problem early on in this where it's immediately gone to, she's alive, it's a kidnapping, and this seemed to be like accepted fact out of the gate? And it's like, I think your odds are probably not that.
Yeah. Yeah. And even if it were a kidnapping, if the person is not recovered within the first 72 hours, it's not very likely that they're going to be. So I agree with you. It does not look good, but calling it a kidnapping does give the family hope. And it's certainly the way they would rather look at it. So is the system just sort of going along with that narrative because it's the easiest thing to do right now?
Let's get your thoughts in the comment section on Substack and YouTube on this part of the conversation. Feel free to jump into that. The links are in the descriptions.
Remember, Mr. Kidnapper, if you're here, I hope you liked the video at the very least.
We'll continue that part of the conversation there. In the 17 or 18 days now since Nancy Guthrie disappeared, the case has been flooded with noise. Multiple ransom notes sent to media outlets, at least one confirmed fake, others unverified. A man in California arrested for sending a fraudulent ransom note to the family, a person of interest detained near the Mexican border and released. A SWAT operation 2 miles from the home that produced no arrest. 16 gloves collected from the search area, most of which belonged to searchers themselves.
And that's also true. I mean, the kidnapper might not have expected this much attention because, I mean, how many people knew who Savannah Guthrie was before this case? I didn't know who she was. I'm sure there were some people who did, but I didn't. And so maybe this thing blew up more than they thought. I think that's a possibility as well.
And that single glove found miles from the home declared a potential match to the suspect because it looks like the one on the video, only for the DNA on it to come back with no CODIS match whatsoever. But now we're going to go to genealogical DNA, IgG. 50,000 tips and still no suspect. Siobhan Scott is with us to help break this down. Let's talk about the glove. Let's talk about the DNA on that. The glove that didn't belong to the searchers that were just like, okay, we're done. This one found 2 miles away. There was unidentified male DNA on it. After 17 days, they finally got it into CODIS and found there's no match. So now we're going to go to IgG. Why? Why is there weight on this thing? Other than it's a glove that wasn't one that was discarded by careless investigators. Found on the side of the road. I'm not connecting the dots here, and I've been trying to for a couple days, and I've been throwing it out there on social media, and I've yet to get one answer from anyone that can clearly say, here's why.
Yeah, other than they don't want to leave any.
I did not know that. So Savannah Guthrie moderated a presidential debate a while ago, huh? I did not know that.
Stone unturned, and they're grasping at straws.
I was going to say desperation.
Desperation, yeah. And we have to remember that there was no CODIS match on Kohberger. I mean,
Sure.
you know, doesn't mean you haven't done a lot of crimes. You just haven't been caught.
But this glove was 2 miles away on the side of the road. It wasn't a knife sheath underneath a victim.
No, very true.
Huge difference.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, well, is there any soda cans we want to say? Maybe he likes Sprite. It's like, is there a Sprite bottle somewhere? Like, I don't know. I mean, it just seems like this, I don't know, delusion. I don't know, false sense of hope. I mean, hope is good, but it doesn't help an investigation. And that doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't match the DNA in the house. That's been said. So the natural thought is, oh, well, maybe it's connected to the unknown DNA in the house. That still hasn't been tested. I don't know. I mean, there's just so many weird things going on in this case, and a lot of people are starting to go down weird. I don't even say weird. They're going down other roads because logic doesn't seem to be at play here with this investigation. Where we're not, it's taking forever.
All right, so we're at 20 minutes of this. We should probably pause it here. We have 4 hours now in the stream. Maybe wrap this one up for the evening here in a minute. I don't know how many likes we are at. Hopefully close to 1,000. But, you know, Tony Bruschi and Siobhan Scott they're talking about all the things that we talked about in the previous 3.5 hours too, right? But yeah, I did not know Savannah Guthrie moderated the Trump-Biden debate. I did not know that. 9:46. We would need 54 more. It's a lot. It's a lot at this wee hours of the morning, 2:31 a.m. Dara says, hospital nurse for mama had commented on timing of interview before the last weird interview. All the surrounding issues, the heart doc. Yeah, so close, D. So close, yet so far for now. 960? Well, Trump-Biden was 2020, so if that's the one she did, that was 2020. We can chat for a little bit to see if other people stick around to like of the 2,600 people here, is there any excuse for you not to like? Like it for the Black Sheep. Like it for Nancy Guthrie. Canada, welcome. Hopefully you liked on the way in. Unless this is about to wow us and unfold like a beautifully choreographed ballet, they should be absolutely ashamed and humiliated with how the investigation has gone. Yeah, I mean, in particular, the sheriff opening up the crime scene too soon. They just haven't helped anybody. Zowie Kazowie, thank you so much for this. I'm glad I found this channel. I love the Black Sheep with a wizard. That's right, I'm the wizard and the shepherd of Black Sheep, they call me as well. You have brought this to life, and if anything, I hope they find Nancy. Amen to that. You said eggshells and wanted to thank you for no eggshells here. Thank you, and look forward to your content. I appreciate you so much there, Zoe. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right. And that's my goal. Emotional safety here. Emotional safety is the opposite of walking on eggshells, right? And in any dysfunctional family, that's what happens. There's emotional not feeling safe, which leads to disconnection. You pinpoint any kind of dysfunctional system, and that's what you'll find. You'll find a lack of emotional safety, which leads to disconnection, which at best leads to dishonest harmony. But you don't want that. You want honest conflict and emotional safety. 982, so now there's no excuse to not get to 1,000 if we're at 982 right now, right, OC? But yeah, the dysfunctional family systems, a lot of times they'll sweep problems under the rug because they prefer dishonest harmony instead of honest conflict. That's not very good. But it happens a lot, right? What happens, though, is controlling people. Those are the people that make me feel like I have to walk on eggshells because they micromanage, right? They'll micromanage, they'll control your everything. They're very particular. They don't even need to be narcissistic per se. It's just the energy. And sometimes a lot of it can just be the tone of voice. But it's unpleasant. Like sometimes people are just unpleasant to be around. 983, 993, which one is it? We should have 2.4 thousand likes. I like the way Tim thinks. And I like the way Livin thinks in there. She said that I would always ask her, well, how many likes we at Livin? And she says, not enough. And I said, amen. Amen. Say it again. But I do truly believe in the power of prayer and manifestation and whatnot. So, I mean, let's face it. Nancy might be moved on at this point. And if so, what do you hope? You'd hope that it just wasn't suffering, right? That's what you would hope. Thank you, Canada. And then we have to take care of the people in the Guthrie family, right? Savannah, Cameron, Annie. Haven't heard too much about Annie and Cameron recently, or Tommaso. Lego Mike. Don't step on those Legos. Love and light and prayers to everyone. I love it, K.A. I'm also a Pisces, by the way. When's your birthday? I'm March 3rd myself. And yeah, Heather, hopefully, right? It's sad that this is what we have to hope for, but yeah. I mean, that's not what she's expecting, right? You're 84 years old. Is that what anyone's thinking at that point? Oh, I have to be on my guard for abductors. Like, oh my God. Mrs. Ray, what if it was a tunnel built under the house and they took her that way to Mexico? Please answer the... I wouldn't bet on it, but you never know. I wouldn't think so, though. It's an hour and a half away from Mexico. We saw that tonight. I think it was 75 miles or something. That'd be one hell of a tunnel. March 17th, your St. Patrick's Day. Exactly 2 weeks after mine. Yeah, you would hope so, right, OC girl? It's the golden years. You want to enjoy your grandkids. Does Savannah have kids, by the way? Does Cameron, Annie, or Savannah have kids? Somehow I don't think Savannah has kids, but I could be wrong about that. Thank you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth says hit the like button, and I couldn't agree more. Got to get to 1,000 likes for Nancy Guthrie. I'm hyping the hearts to boost the stream with. Yep, I love it, Jasmina. I like where your heart and your head's at. Does she gone? We've heard nothing about that. Interesting. The Songbird, thank you for subscribing. We have a great flock of black sheep here. Very chill vibe in the chat. $9.99? It's like New Year's Eve around here. Do a countdown. Yeah, we haven't heard anything about her kids, have we, Tim? At least not much. Not that they deserve to be in the spotlight or anything. They probably don't want to be, right? So it's probably good we don't hear about them. Because they don't want to be in the news because of this, right? That's got to be embarrassing. Not embarrassing, but painful. Yeah, they don't need to be in the news then. If they're only 11 and 12, yeah. Walkers are not alone. In 6 months from now, Savannah does have kids, I believe. Yep, they say 11 and 12. So very young. Not even teenagers. Crazy questions to the correct answer. Yeah. 1,000 likes. We hit it. It's a Festivus miracle, they say. Fake money. Yes. Subscribe early and often and like early and often. It's like we're the Chicago election for JFK. Vote early and often, they say. That's right, Tim. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm glad you all helped me get to 1,000 likes. Glad everyone's getting along in the chat. That's important to me. Got to try to conduct a healthy space here, right? Because as a leader, one of the things I think Sheriff Nano should be doing is you take responsibility for everything that happens under your command. And let's say the guy that Brian Netton talked to the other day, former Under Sheriff Rick Castiger, and the other guy, whatever you want to say, they are unhappy with Sheriff Nanos. And there's a group of other people that are unhappy with Sheriff Nanos too. So if that's the case and you're Sheriff Nanos, you have to take a look at it then and be like, okay, what's going on here so that there's so much mutiny in my force? Maybe I got to take a look at this and see what I can do differently. But it doesn't seem like he is. Yes, that was a union leader, right, candidate? Not the former undersheriff, but the other one. That guy roasted him. And so that's something for Sheriff Nanos to look at. Absolutely. Take extreme ownership. And I call it providing masculine containment. You want to make sure that the people in your flock are doing okay. Right? And you want to take care of them. Fend for them is the word. And you can't hurt them without also hurting yourself. I like that kind of mentality with it. Yes, I would agree with that, Canada. The Nanos, he likes this attention and the image. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know what it would be. If it was hired and not for money, it's just all that's left is revenge. All that's left is revenge. But then the bigger question then becomes revenge for what? Revenge for what? Because of Savannah's husband? I don't know. It's this, the connections I'm making with it are so vague and obscure. It's tricky. Especially if we don't know the majority of the information. We're not playing with a full deck. Not playing with a full deck. I think it's more simple than everyone is imagining. I mean, that's always possible. Occam's razor is a thing. It could be. Lego Mike. I mean, Tommaso was ruled. I was looking through the titles of Megyn Kelly's stuff. Prime Suspect was the title of one of hers about Tommaso. I was unclear if Ashley Banfield used that terminology, but Megyn Kelly did. So I was trying to find one interview I saw the other day. I was shocked at his answers and lack of actual knowledge. Sheriff Nanos or someone else? That's also true, Gon. Yeah, Banfield's the one who said the suspect thing, but a Megyn Kelly thumbnail said a prime suspect. Okay, that makes sense. But all right, everybody. Again, like the video if you didn't like it. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. There's an awesome flock of black sheep here that I try to be the steward of, the shepherd of black sheep. And I use my experience with addiction, mental health, and narcissistic abuse. And I use that unique perspective to talk about true crime and current events. That's the goal here. Thanks for joining us for a little bit here, Canada. Thank you, Gone with the whale, or Gone with the kale. D, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for getting me to 1,000 likes. That's pretty awesome. Exactly, Bob. Exactly right. Bunny, thanks for the super chats before, too. Thanks to everyone who super chatted and gave me a super sticker or a membership. I love it. Truther, you have a good night. India's in the chat. I love to see it. Even the kidnapper might be in the chat, like we said. You know, when you're a big person, when there's a lot of people there, you never know. All right, Teresa, you have a great night. Mrs. Ray, great night. 2:43 a.m. here. We went late. So, but don't worry. OC girl, good night. I'll be back again tomorrow. Don't worry about that. Thank you, Bunny. Yes, they could be watching. You never know.